I had my mic muted that entire time. I'm so stupid, man. I'm so dumb. Oh, this is off to a terrible start already. Oh my god, I did a whole bit. I did a whole bit and everything. Alright, whatever. You know what? Whatever. It's fine. We're turning the music down a little more. It's a little loud in my head. Not that low. Oh my god, I'm actually too nervous. I'm shaking too much. I can't move the fucking thing. Okay, whatever. Whatever, man. Okay, let me just get this set up real quick. Sorry, I need to hide myself for just like half a second. That's what the first frame of the video looks like, by the way, in case you're wondering. That off. Right there. Hey, give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec. I should probably have this. Okay, one sec. Sorry, doing this live stuff is really hard. I'm trying to figure it out in the moment. Let's see. Okay. Need to turn this off. Okay. Let's see if this works. Hopefully, maybe. Does this work? Ah! Aha! It's me! Hello! Okay, let me get this popped up there. There we go. I'm not gonna lie, I have a lot of headset stuff going on. So it's a little hard to get things organized properly. But hello! Hello, everybody. Hello, Danny. Hello, Pichu. Hello, Norak. Nice to see all you guys. Oh my god, this is scary. I have to like go through and look at everything that I did and be like, oh my god, this sucks. Hello, I can't pronounce that. Hello, YRL. Wait, you're all called Mr. Fur. Hello. Okay. So. Oh, thank you, Norak. I appreciate that. Okay, so just to be sure, you guys can like hear me fine. Everything looks normal. Are we okay? Just a warning, all this stuff, the like live capture stuff, it might not stay on the entire time, and it's gonna be a little scuffed. I didn't start it until sec. Actually, I want to be able to hear myself slightly. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a little bit scuffed just because I was setting it up maybe up until like 10 minutes before I started recording, but you know, that's fine. So how is everybody in the chat doing today? How are we all doing? Are we ready to watch the same video over again for the second time, but this time with me talking over it? Okay. Oh yeah, I actually turned down my mic volume on purpose beforehand. Thank you, Danny. Is this better? Hold. The stream delay might be a little high. Not entirely sure. Okay. Oh. But yeah, this entire setup, I started it at like probably like 5:30 this morning. And I thought I had time. And then I tried learning Unity, and learning Unity is not an easy process. So then I was like, wait a minute, can't I just do this in Blender? And so now we're live streaming in Blender. That's what's going on. Okay. Should I just get into it or should I talk a little more? I guess I can talk like about the general concepts of the video. So I had originally like when I started wait. Yeah, so when I started playing DS2, I was trying to do something similar to the DS1 challenge that I did. And let's just say it didn't work out very well. I still wasn't like ready to hop into another Dark Souls game fully yet. So then I did the Helldivers video, finished that in September, and then the challenge started in October. So then from October to December, I was playing the games. And then from December until August, I was uh actually no, not from December to August. From like December to April, I was kind of like on and off editing it. And then as soon as April hit, I was like, oh my God, everybody else has already posted their video. I'm so far behind. I need to lock in. So from April to August, like 15th-ish, I was locked in editing. And I was locked in because until August because I had to go on vacation in August. So I was like, I really want to get it done before August because it would really, really suck if I had to like get into the main part of this video and then I had to fly away in the middle of it and then come back again. And then I didn't finish it in August. So then it was another like 4 months. All right, sorry. I needed to explain all that before reading the chat again. Uh, thank you so much, Charcoaly. I appreciate that. That's very nice. How did I get into the backlog contest? That was so it started out with Meaty watching my Dark Souls 1 video. And then me and Meaty did a couple of we did a couple of Mario ROM hacks together actually for the Simple Flips ROM hacking competitions. We were in the troll one and the slide one. And we didn't do very well in the troll one, but we got like 8th in the slide one, which was pretty cool. And then after that, we were just kind of like on and off talking for a little while. And then in October, I was like trying to record a different video and it wasn't working out. And Meaty reached out to me and was like, hey, would you want to enter this contest? And of course I said yes, because I mean, I'm not going to not enter a backlogs contest. Like, hello. And yeah, that was it. I was in. Oh my God, the hands are so bad right now. I need to keep my hands on my desk. They just look so, so bad. Okay, let me see. Let me make sure there's no other questions. Hello, Last Tech. Nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Uh, you haven't missed anything yet. I'm just kind of rambling. I'm thinking if there's anything else that I want to talk about before I get into it. You know what? I'll say it right now. This video took a very, very long time. It took on and off over the course of 12 months, probably like if I had to compress it down, like 6 months of consistent effort. That probably won't be the regular pace from now on. I think I'm going to try to make it a little bit faster from now on. It's going to be close to the same polish, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. We'll have to see, but it should not ever take this long ever again. It was a combination of having to figure out how to get all the models out of Dark Souls and then also just still being kind of new to all the processes I was using to like I'm way too high. I don't like that you can see my legs. It's freaking me out. Move me down. There we go. That's better. But yeah, it shouldn't take as long from now on. Am I open to doing other Dark Souls or Elden Ring videos? Yes, absolutely. I don't have, well, I do have a Dark Souls 3 video planned for sure at some point. I just don't know when I want it to be exactly. Because the plans that I have for it are kind of big, and I don't know if it's like something that I could really do at the current moment. Basically, I'll put it this way. I've never seen like the thing is with Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, I played it like for the first time for the videos, but I had seen content from Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2 before. But for Dark Souls 3, I haven't seen anything, like at all. All I know is Edex Gunder. Am I pronouncing that right? The first boss. I know what the first boss looks like. And then I got the Nameless King thing spoiled for me, which kind of sucks, but whatever. It's just life. Other than that, though, I'm walking into that game completely blind. And I think that is going to be a much, much more... I think it's going to be a much, much more difficult challenge, which also, in my opinion, makes it way better to watch. But I don't know what I'm thinking about doing with it exactly. I don't know if I want to like stream it, because that seems kind of scary, because like if I stream it, I have to go online, and then people, like, what if people stream snipe me? Then I'm going to die over and over again, and it's going to suck. But I think that is probably what I'm going to end up doing, if I had to guess. As for Elden Ring, I have no clue what I'm going to do with that game yet. That is so far in the future that I can't even think about it just yet. I need... give me ideas. Someone give me ideas. As soon as I get ideas for what I want to do on it, I'll probably start doing it. I guess one final thing that I'll say before I start watching. I don't know if Lemon is going to watch this ever, but I do want to just give like one last huge thank you to Lemon, because I'm sure none of you know this, but for the first like 24 hours that the video was out, I got like 38 views, which is, you know, fair. I hadn't uploaded in like a year. YouTube thought I was dead. But if it hadn't been for that collab thing that he did, it would not have gotten out there, and I really appreciate that. So thank you if you're watching, or if you ever watch Lemon. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I owe you big time. Yeah. I got spoiled. Unfortunately, I got spoiled that the Nameless King, he's in Night Rain, and he kills me a lot. I started playing Night Rain recently with Pichu. I play the bow character that I already forgot the name of. And let's just say that I'm really awesome. I'm really awesome at Night Rain. I don't know if I'm going to stream it, because I feel like you guys would all be like shocked by my level of skill, but you know, maybe it's a future thing. We'll see. We'll see. Wait, is the Smelter Demon in Night Rain? Is that a thing? I haven't seen the Smelter Demon yet. Is the Smelter Demon in Night Rain? Oh my god, I need water. My throat feels dehydrated. Oh. Dude, I haven't seen any of the DS2 bosses in Night Rain, and I feel like they're like hiding them from me on purpose. It's kind of messed up. Okay. How many subscribers have I gotten since the new Lemon video? I think I'm at... I was at like 2,200 beforehand, and I'm at like 51 now. So like basically 3K subs. I've over doubled the sub count from one video, which is crazy. It's a crazy amount of growth. And do I stream on Twitch? No, I do not. I listen, it took me a really long time just to set up for this stream. I cannot fathom trying to do two at the same time. I need to take baby steps. We're gonna do baby steps to start out. Okay. I think. Oh my god, my arms are clipping so much. I need to just keep them in front of me. It's brutal. All right. You know what? I think with that, we are just gonna get started because there is a lot to talk about in regards to the video. So we're just gonna pause this for a little bit. And then we're gonna start. Everybody ready? Everybody got their popcorn? Everyone got their popcorn and soda ready? I probably shouldn't wait for you guys to say ready in the chat because it's gonna take forever for the chat to catch up. I'm just gonna assume you're all ready and start. Okay, ready. 3, 2, 1. This doesn't have audio capture. One sec. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. False start. Give me a second. Give me a sec. I can figure it out. Capture audio. There we go. Got it. Okay. Now we're starting again. Ready. 3, 2,
This is John.
1.
There seems to be a lot of flashing lights around, so if you're sensitive to those, please close your eyes. Thanks.
If there's one part of this first part that I'm really proud about, I love the sound effects in this. All the sound effects in this part go really fucking hard.
Well, what do we have here? An invitation.
Also, actually, you know what? First thing that I should probably cover. Oh shit, I used the wrong arrow keys. I'm stupid. Let's go back to this frame real quick. Not this one. One sec. Getting there. Couple more. So for this video, I wanted to do impact frames a little more often. Just because I think impact frames are really cool and I want to be able to implement them more, but doing impact frames in Blender isn't exactly the easiest thing. So rather than trying to like draw on the frames and hello? Okay. Dude, I suck at using YouTube. Holy shit. Rather than drawing on the frames, what I did instead is I just took a frame of it and then I like turned it inside out. I didn't turn it inside out. Oh my god, I need to learn how to use words. This is going to be a long stream, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a very long stream. Go back. So yeah, I just took the original frame and then I tinted it and two-toned it. Actually, wait. I can just... Wait, can I? Can I bring up the After Effects of this? Or is the After Effects of this composition lost to time? Let's see. Open project. Open recent. Is it here? We will see. I'm probably going to need to like pause and unpause this music pretty often here. I should just... There we go. Okay. Let's see. Do I have the composition for this? This one? No. Nope, I don't have the composition for it. Okay, well then this is a pixel sort, and then I think this giant white beam right here was just a big circle that I stretched out, and that was all I did. It wasn't anything like super complicated. It was pretty simple, in fact. Also, all of those little effects, all this was not me. This is just ripped directly from the Smash Bros invitation from or the Joker Smash Bros invitation. I did not do any of this. I noticed that the letter wasn't there in these frames, so I was like, you know what? Rather than trying to do this myself, I might as well just take it.
Well, what do we have here? An invitation.
Yeah, that impact frame on the Letterland was really nice.
I get the things. Look at this beat out.
Dear Jonathan, in honor of my favorite character,
right,
Hawk Tua Girl, I am organizing the official Dark Souls Tua Hawk Tua Shot Challenge, sponsored by the Talk Tua podcast. Please launch Dark Souls 2 and proceed to spit on those things, in which things is referring to the following targets a maximum of 2 times. Glass Giant, Sewer, Dragon Rider. Hawk Tua Spit Tua, Hawk Spit Tua, Hawk Bang Tua, Lemon.
What a man. Legit, I sent him the probably like 2 hours, 3 hours before I was like getting ready to upload. And I was like, hey, I know I haven't talked to you. Cause okay, I do this thing sometimes where I just like avoid. Oh, I should probably pause the. I'm gonna keep forgetting to pause and unpause the music. This sucks. Yeah, so about Lemon reading the dialogue. So the last time that I talked to Lemon before I asked him to do that was, you know what? I can just pull up the Discord logs. I want to say it was probably like 10 months beforehand. I hadn't talked to Lemon in like 10 months because I do this thing where like I start working on things and then I just kind of, and I completely disappeared. Oh no, it was a full year. It was a full year. I hadn't talked to Lemon in a full year. And then I was like, "Hey, I know it's been a while. Do you think you could like maybe read this out for me?" Yeah, I wrote the script. I wrote the script and sent it to him. And I was like, there's no shot. He's going to be cuz like obviously it's meant to make you look kind of stupid. And I was expecting like a half-hearted reading. But literally maybe like 20 minutes later, he got back to me and he was like, yeah, sure. And he delivered that first take. It was amazing. Incredible YouTuber. What a guy. Everyone go, you're probably already subscribed to Lemon. But if you're not, go subscribe to Lemon. Other than that, do I have anything else to say? No, I don't think so. Oh, actually, that letter shot was animated maybe like 10 months after the rest of it. Yeah, that's about it. Let me see. I mean, the thing is, I know it's really funny, but like at the same time, Lemon is like an adult. He has like a farm and a house and chickens and like a second job. I was expecting like a little bit of pushback, you know? But there just wasn't any. It was very much appreciated. Anyways.
Nice try, buddy, but I'm not an idiot. You're not going to be able to trick me into playing Dark Souls 2.
Also, from here on out, I can actually go into the blend files for these. So if you guys want to see that, just like let me know and I'll dive in there real quick. But I think this shot right here, because I was really nervous about making this because, so I'm not the biggest fan of my Dark Souls 1 video because I feel like all of the animation that I did in the Dark Souls 1 one was just like it's worse than anything that you would see in game for the most part. But I remember framing this shot and seeing it in video and I was like, holy shit, wait a second, this video might be sick. This specific shot is really, really pretty. I really love this.
So yeah, I've had bestowed upon me the honor of becoming America's next top sacrifice to appease the infinite sanguine thirst of the Souls-like community. And also Haley.
And then I had to make this.
The rules are complicated, and I don't want to go.
That background took me so long to make. That was like a 3-hour process because I was just getting back into Blender and I did
Cuphead
not
mode and
remember how to
spend
do
30 minutes
anything.
sitting in a tutorial, so I'll be explaining them as I go for the most part. For now, all you need to know is this.
Necessary
100
Cuphead
targets,
video I
200
make.
points, 200
I make a
shots.
Cuphead
Each
video,
one is
a
worth
Cuphead
max of
reference
2,
every single video, and I have
being
no
worth
clue
a
why.
1, and a 1
It just always
being
comes
worth
back
2.
up.
Person with the most points wins. The competition ends when either I drown in the swamp of sadness from inevitably losing hope, the heat death of the universe, because let's be honest, I think that's the only way that like half of these targets are going to die in one hit, or like 2 months, whichever comes.
I actually do want to know,
I think that's the only way that like half of these targets.
was anyone like really paying attention to the jokes here? Like how many of these jokes were just kind of like,
Points,
okay,
200
first
shots.
off,
Each one
this
is
part,
worth a max of 2,
it was
with
completely
2 being
incomprehensible,
worth a
right?
1,
Like
and
no
a
one
1
was
being
understanding
worth
what I
2.
was saying here.
Person
Because
with
I
the
kind
most
of
points wins.
realized
The
like
competition
a
ends
couple
when
months
either I drown
later
in the
that there's
swamp
no way that you would be able to parse that like set of words where I just describe it by saying 1 and 2 and then have the correct word flash on screen. Like that was incomprehensible. Surely. But yeah, I was going to ask, okay, do any of these jokes actually land at all, or did they all just kind of like breeze by you too fast?
sadness from
Because
inevitably
this one, I think the rules specifically were the competition ends when either you give up,
losing hope, the heat death of the universe, because let's be
you're not able to two-shot any further bosses, or like you're incapable of two-shotting any
I think
further
that's the only way
bosses,
that like half of these targets are going to die in one hit, or like 2 months.
or like 2 months. Oh my god. Yeah, that it was basically just like it's complicated stuff that you don't really need to know, so we're just kind of moving on past it. I try to, because the thing is, explaining rules isn't exactly fun, so I tried to like space it out and also explain it in ways that were kind of funny, but at the same time I feel like sometimes that made it a little difficult to understand what was going on. The 2 month thing was fine. Yeah, that was just 2 months. I feel like most people can understand 2 months. It's just the rest of it was a little fast. That's not a big deal. I like fast.
As you've probably already
Anyway,
seen
continue.
by my impeccable timing, the competition's looking pretty stiff this go around. Special shout outs go to Meaty Jesus, mostly because
Also, you
he's the
might
reason
notice
I'm
in the
here
background
first
there,
place, but also because as one of the
Meaty's
few
video
people to get a
wasn't
perfect
there
score in the last game, he's
because he
kind of
hadn't
made it.
posted the video
And
yet,
that's
so I wasn't
just about
able to put it
everything.
in.
All that's left to do is walk through that door.
This shot too. This shot is really, really good. I just want to hover on this for a sec. I really like light beams, so being able to do stuff like this was really, really nice. Oh, it just looks so pretty. Anyway, should I hop into the blend file real quick? I don't know how comprehensible it's going to be or if anyone cares, but I can hop into the Blender file and just kind of show it off real quick if anyone wants to see. I just need to figure out how I'm going to do that, because the problem is, because the whole like VTuber thing that I'm doing is running on Blender, I don't know how Blender is going to react to me opening 2 Blender files at the same time, but I guess we'll see. Let's see, what do we got here? What do we got? C8 blends. Let's pop into this one. I guess this also gives me a good reason to like go through and explain the actual process for or the actual process I was doing at the time for importing assets, because it was pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie to you. The stuff that I was doing was kind of stupid, I would say. All right, let's go ahead. Resize this real quick. Throw it up here. Ooh. Yeah, I'm sorry for any like stream scuff that's inevitably gonna happen. It's streaming's hard. Yeah, this is a tough job, man. Harder than a 9 to 5 from what I've heard. It's this one, okay. Let's go ahead and pop this up here and see if it works. Does that look okay? Yeah, okay, there we go. So here, did I just close out OBS? No, I did not. Okay. Here we are in the blend file. Let's go ahead and actually try to get a concept of where we are. Go ahead and tab out. Here's the things betwixt. This is what it looks like if everything were silver. Let me go ahead and turn on the shaders real quick. If Blender lets me, there's a chance this might just crash everything and explode my computer, but hopefully it doesn't. Please? Oh, Jesus Christ, the light is bad. All right, so it looks like we're gonna not worry about the textures for now. I think worrying about the textures is actually a bad idea. Yeah, okay. So importing the actual models themselves wasn't super difficult. There's a program, I'll probably like midway into the stream, if I get used to the concept of streaming, eventually I'll like go through and try to do a live demonstration. But basically there is a plugin called, let's see, it is the, not this one, not this one. This one. The Aqua Toolset. This thing, it has a Souls model tool in it. And this thing is fucking crazy. Like a lot of people tell you to use Yabber to get models out of Dark Souls. But with this one, you can literally just take the actual map file and drag it on, and it extracts all of the objects and puts them where they're supposed to be. So you don't have to like go through and figure out where all the objects are supposed to go by yourself. It just does it for you. There's certain objects that get left out. Like for instance, I think objects that produce light get left out. So these lamps weren't in the original. These were placed by me. And then objects that can move also are not placed by themselves. So like the doors have to be put in there manually. I have no clue why the floor looks like this here. I probably did this for some reason, and I could not tell you why. Anyways, yeah, so getting the actual models into Dark Souls, or getting the actual models in place was not the difficult part. The difficult part was attaching all the textures, because at this point, I was still attaching all of them manually. So like I'd go in here, I'd go shading, I'd see the textures that it want me to attach, and here you can see it has the rock folder. So then we go and we look for the correct file in the Dark Souls folder. You can't see that, but just know that I'm like looking for the file. And then you have to go through, find the file, attach it, and then the color will work. And then you have to do the same thing for the normal, and then the normal will work. And you have to do that for basically every single object in the scene. And needless to say, this is extremely tedious and also not the best way of doing it. So eventually I figured out how to do it the correct way. But that did not happen until probably like 4 months in. So at this point I was still attaching everything manually, and it sucked. It sucked really, really bad. Which is why I need to do a demonstration and actually show off the way that I was doing it, because it's so much easier. Anyways, back to this. There we go. Okay.
Switch to TurboTax And file your own taxes
I
free
got
in the
mad.
app
Are
if
you
you didn't
serious?
file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do It Yourself by February
Remember
28th.
everybody,
Download now.
remember everybody subscribe to
for
YouTube
sure all of this
Premium
would
in
be
order to get an
$40.
adless experience,
Spoiler
and
alert,
also
it's not.
try
Everything here
healthy
is made from
plates at
scratch by
Urban
chefs.
Healthy Food at Urban Plates. It's really good. Anyways. Oh, great. Awesome. Oh, cool. Yeah, fun. Yeah, this is super fun. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to do it on my main account. I hate to self-report right now, but I do have YouTube Premium, so we'll just watch it on my main account. It's fine. I just didn't want to be logged into my main one so that you guys couldn't see all of my recommended videos of ASMR. But if that's what it's got to be, that's what it's got to be. Whatever. Okay, let's go ahead and get the video. Swamp. There we go. Okay, ads should not happen again from now on, hopefully. We'll see. Oh, wait, but now I can't see chat. I'm stupid. I'm stupid and dumb. I need to find a solution. Give me a second. Oh, this is so scuffed. This is so scuffed. Oh, God. This is terrible. Is it still working? Okay. F11. Full screen. Got it. Okay, there we go. Also, hello, Nicholas. Nice to see you. Hello, everybody. Okay, we're back. We can finally start again, and this time we won't get interrupted, hopefully. Why am I on 480p? Switch it to like 1080. There we go. Okay.
And so it begins. And immediately pauses again. Sorry, I need to explain another rule. According to Rule 3, subsection 16, line 8, all players are required to input their channel names and create a realistic depiction of their face. So yes, all of us have now officially done face reveals. Don't let JK Leeds' paid actor fool you. This is what he actually looks like.
This is actually what JK Leeds looks like. Don't let him lie to you. This was not a joke. This was serious. This is what all of us look like.
So
Anyways,
I as well
continue
fall
now.
in line with the regulations. To all the ladies out there, this is what I look like in the real world. Feel free to make as many fan cams as you
That's also what I look like, in case you were wondering. Official Jonathan face reveal. Here it is. That's it. That's me. I should have just had this face on my face instead of the fake face on my face, but you know, missed opportunity.
Feel free to
Whatever.
make as many
Moving
fan
on.
cams as you want. I don't mind. Now we start for real. As much as I'd love to sit around and Majula all day, we have business to attend to. So we're BLJing straight through. Hey, sorry, it's me again, rule explainer Jonathan here. Back to explain another rule. This episode, we're going to be talking about my favorite rule of all time, cheating. Now, before you get too excited,
Yeah, there's a lot of
I
rule
was
explaining.
explicitly told by the backlogs
I'm
that
realizing
not allowed
that
to
now,
mod in
like
or
the
remove
entire
the
first
Fat
4
Man to
minutes is
explode the
just
ancient
explaining
dragon in
rules.
2 hits. Mainly because he said it was in poor taste, but wait, hold on a sec.
Okay, I do actually kind of want to explain this joke because it kind of goes crazy. I'm not going to lie to you. This joke is
And
kind
to
of
explode the ancient
Okay, so first off, obviously, World War II reference. Everybody gets that one. Haha, the World War II. But then there's also the second part of it where, like, when you say ancient dragon, that's not even, like, if you were to refer to a country as the ancient dragon, you would be referring to China, not Japan. So not only is it like a joke about World War II, it's also just like a completely misnomer type reference. I was really proud of it in the moment, but now that I'm like explaining it out loud, it's a lot
mainly
less
because
funny.
he said
Let's
it was
just
in poor
continue.
taste, but wait, hold on a sec. Okay, but also because we're only allowed to cheat for the express purpose of skipping farming. Basically, as long
Oh, dude, I'm gonna pause so much, man. I'm so sorry for this, dude. I love history of the world. I actually no, that was history of Japan, actually, not history of the world. I really loved history of Japan when it came out because it specifically came out when I was taking AP World History, And it was literally perfect because anytime there was a question about Japan, I knew the answer immediately because that video was extremely good at recapping everything. Like everybody, I don't think there was a single missed question the entire semester about ancient Japan. Everybody just got everything. That video is really, really good.
Item or souls are infinitely farmable, then we're allowed to spawn them in. Other than that, though, cheating is unfortunately banned. Hell, even glitches aren't allowed.
It's not big deal. It's hard to tell when it's just like in the background overlaid over something.
Now, we're going to be farming a lot of items, like a lot. So we're going to be establishing our soul farming method first.
Also, what did you guys think of my, what do you think of my model construction hat? I did this in, honestly, I think this one actually took me a while. It took me a couple. No, it didn't take me a couple hours. It probably took me like an hour because I was sitting there trying to get this outside fold to work that you can't see the inside of, but the inside was looking really bad and I had to fix it. So it took me like an hour to actually get it through and make sure that it looked correct. And then I put it on and then you never see the top of it. Never mind. I just saw in the stream that you see the top of it exactly one time. But it was definitely not worth the hour that I spent on it. I probably could have done it in like half the time and just had the inside of the bread.
Because we're only allowed to cheat for the express purpose of skipping farming.
Oh my god, I need to drink
Basically,
water.
as long as we're able to prove that an item or souls are infinitely farmable, then we're allowed to spawn them in. Other than that, though, cheating is unfortunately banned. Hell, even glitches aren't allowed. If I got caught BLJing, I'd probably be disqualified. Oh shit, wait, cut the kit. Now, we're going to be farming a lot of items, like a lot. So we're going to be establishing our soul farming method first, for which we'll be using Newton's third law of virginity, which states that if you just got mad that I referred to gravity as Newton's third law, then...
Okay, how was that joke? Was that funny? I can't tell if that was funny.
Method first, for which we'll be using Newton's third law.
Okay, so the joke here is obviously that I'm using gravity to kill these guys, and then I say Newton's third law of virginity because the third law is the one about equal and opposite forces, I think. Maybe. Chat, is that right? Am I stupid? Is the third one the one about equal and opposite reactions? Chat, please tell me if I'm stupid or not. I have no clue. I looked this up exactly for this joke and then immediately forgot it a minute after. I was like, is this one gravity? If not, move on. Chat is too slow. I can't. Not too slow. Sorry. It's too far behind. My internet sucks too bad. Okay, equal and opposite reaction. Got it. Okay, so it was close. I was close.
But if you just got mad that I referred to gravity as Newton's third law, then married.
Also, this is the best that the pause in the background is ever going to look. I don't know what effect I used here, but I need to use this again because this stuff is amazing. Actually, you know what? Now that we actually can crack into the After Effects compositions, let's actually do it this time. We're going into After Effects, hopefully, as long as nothing goes wrong. Okay, where is that? That is right there. Okay. Let's turn on After Effects, turn off that. Hello, welcome to After Effects. This is After Effects. This is what the timeline looks like. It's not super long. They get a lot longer the later you go. But I also had to pre-compose part of it. I'm guessing sometimes I just pre-compose things in After Effects when I get overwhelmed because there's too many layers on screen. Like I can't handle more than like 60 to 70. So after I get to like 70, I'm just like, okay, that's it. We're putting everything in a new layer and moving on. And so now everything is in there. But the second half of this, let's go look. Let's see. It's right here. Okay, let's zoom in on this. Okay, so here we have the me. This is the me layer. Okay, and then we have this, which is... This is the TV damage on the background. And then on this one, we have the transform... Okay, so this is just to help this. So this wave warp here, it's just to make the little lines. Like if you look in the background right about, oh wait,
So
you
we
can't see
repeat
it
those
yet.
out.
Oh, it's because they're both off screen. I suck at using YouTube. I suck at using YouTube. I should have brushed up on my hotkeys before I started. There we go. Okay, so these lines in the background right here, that is just a... No, that's the wrong thing. That is just a... Sorry, I have so many tabs open, it's hard to keep track. That is a... It's a wave warp set to square. So it makes like a square effect on it, and then you just turn the wave width way the fuck up so that it doesn't happen as often. Honestly, looking back at it now, I probably should have set this to like 1,000. Honestly, I probably should have just set it to 1080 so that there was only ever one on the screen at a time. And then the wave speed was a little fast. It's probably how I would have done it if I did it now. You can't see it, but it's definitely there. And then... Why is there a Luma key here? Dude, some of the stuff this guy was doing is crazy. Okay, here we go. It is a... Yeah, okay. So it is a blend layer set to color. Specifically... What's the opacity on this? It's at 100. Okay. So this is a color layer, which basically what it does is it overlays, all it does is it changes the actual color of the scene. So it doesn't change the... It changes the hue and the saturation of the image, but it doesn't change the brightness. So it basically just shifts around the hues a bunch and makes it look a little colory in a way that I like. Let's see what it looks like normally. This is what the layer looks like normally. And this doesn't exactly look great, but when you just change it so that it overlays the colors on top, looks a lot better. So tip number one, if you're a video editor looking at this, learn how to use blend layers and learn how to use them very, very well, because they are super helpful. Like before you learn any effects or like what they do, you should be very, very familiar with exactly what all of the layer styles do and how you should be using them. Yeah, that's about it. Bunk. Newton's third law isn't gravity, it's the law of motion. Yeah, that was the point. Is that we go back here.
Newton's third law of virginity, which states that if you just
Newton's
got mad
third
that I
law of
referred to
virginity,
gravity as
which
Newton-
states that if you got mad that I referred to gravity as Newton's third law. Ow. It's okay, Perlock. My bad. I don't know if I like freaked you out or anything, but I was just making sure the joke was understood.
Newton's third law, then married. So we repeat
Anyway,
those actions
continuing on.
approximately 1.3 billion times. All the
How did I learn to edit videos? You just kind of start doing it and hope that you get better. I'm not going to lie to you. I was subscribed to Maxor's Patreon for a while to see a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, but it wasn't like super helpful. I will say that thing about learning how to properly use layer styles, that was pretty much directly from Maxor. Like that's a Maxor thing. That's how he does it. But other than that, basically all you do is just trial and error. And the faster that you can try things and see if they look bad, the faster that you can move on to the next thing and then check if that's better. So basically just maybe not throw things at the wall, but intuitively throw things at the wall and figure out what works and what doesn't. And eventually you'll get like a set of effects where you're like, I feel comfortable using this. And then every once in a while, when you get a little too comfortable and you're using the same effects, you have to do the same trial and error process over again. That's the basics of how it works.
And then we're ready to level up. Now, for levels, there's a tiebreaker rule where if 2 people get the same score, the person with
honestly,
the
I
lowest
did a
level
lot of
wins.
weird stuff
But
here
I
with
can't
the
be asked to care,
text
so
for
we're
some
putting
reason.
mine
I don't know
Except
why.
vitality, that stays at 15, don't ask questions. And now, with our levels out of the way, we can finally start our adventure to collect all the items that we need. World of Dragon Lake's waiting on us.
Oh, this section right here that we're about to view, this is the section that took the longest in the entire video by a lot. By like a lot. This is the section that like almost made me give up. Also, Nicholas, I'm not gonna lie to you, I've never done a normal playthrough of any Souls game ever. I think if I had to pick, I don't want to say Dex weapons because it's like the nerd thing, but it probably is Dex weapons. I don't like committing to attacks because I suck. Okay, thank you. Oh my god. You're Cold Master for real. Thank you so much. I did not see a single comment in the actual video about the pig friend, and I was so upset because I spent so much time with him and I was like, no one cares about the pig friend. He's my friend and he's my pig and no one cares. I'm glad that you care. That matters to me a lot. I remember like what happened was I was going through the models and every single time that I would try to import like a character model into the game, it was always the pig. It was the pig every single time. And I don't know why. I just like, I think it might be the first model in the folder. And so I'd import something and I'd be like, oh yeah, it's probably this one. And then I'd import it and it was the pig again. And so eventually it got to the point where I was just like, you know what? The pig's coming with me at this point. He's getting imported into every single scene anyway. So he's coming with me. And actually, let me see if I can pull the pig up. Because I actually had to edit his texture a little bit. This is the wrong blend file. Oops. Okay, let's see if I can pull up the pig. Where are you? Pig. Pig. Piggy. Okay, back to music. Sorry, I need a constant stream of audio in my ears, otherwise I freak out. I should probably turn it down a little bit though. Let's go like there. That's probably good. No, that's probably a little much. There we go. Okay, where did I put pig front? Blends, general. No. Where is pig front? Okay, you know what? We'll just look in. We're gonna look in this one. Nope, pig friend's gone. Pig friend's been exploded, unfortunately. He's gone and he's never coming back again. I don't know where I put him. I really should have like looked through my file paths before doing this stream because I did not realize just how messed up all of these are. Like beforehand, it was really, really organized to the point where like I could find anything basically immediately. But it hits a point like probably 8 or 9 months into a project where you're literally just saving things wherever and hoping to God that it goes okay. And most of the time it ended up with me losing everything. Let's just open... Let's open this one. No.
all of my blends? Dude, where is Pigfriend? Okay, well, we're just gonna have to go back. We'll go back in a scene later where I know Pigfriend shows up. A lot of these early blends, they're a little dodgy, because I mean, it's been probably like 8 to 10 months since I've accessed any of them. So I really have no idea what's going on with most of them. As we get later in, I'll know what's going on more often, but for now it's kind of rough. So anyway, let's
go collect some stuff.
Continue on.
We start off by going down the pit.
But yeah, these shots, all of these had to be redone manually. All of them, all of the textures in here. The pig friend did not run off to a nice farm somewhere. Don't say that. He's still alive. Also, I'm glad to hear that you all care about Pig Friend. That was very important to me. I really like Pig Friend. Also, Pig Friend was gone, but then he came back. He comes back. Pig Friend comes back in the end. That's the important part. He comes back in the end.
Grave of Saints.
But yeah, all of this texturing was done manually. And a lot of these textures weren't even the original game ones. I had to replace them because the original game ones looked really, really bad. Like this dirt floor. I don't know if you noticed, but in this dirt floor texture right here, you can see that's tire marks. That's not that. I hate to tell you guys this. They don't have monster trucks in Dark Souls 2, I don't think. I probably should have like seen that beforehand, but you know, it's fine. It's only on the screen for like a second and a half.
Stopping in the gutter for dark fog and nothing else.
I really like this shot too. This shot of the gutter looks really, really nice, which is funny because the gutter is just terrible. But I remember making it and I was really happy with how all the lights turned out, because it really makes it feel like full, despite the fact that there's not a single. I didn't import any of the characters. So this entire scene is empty other than these torches, but it makes it feel like there's people there, which is the important
Before
part.
making our way all the way down.
And this scene is really pretty too. All the glows and the colors. All these rocks were added in manually too. All these rocks were a pain in the ass to get in the fucking folder. Oh my god, we're like a second in and I'm already sounding like a smoker. I don't talk very often. So talking for like a very long period straight is going to be very difficult for me, I'm starting to realize. Like this is kind of like a Dark Souls 2 challenge in itself, man. I mean, the gutter texture. Oh yeah, the gutter texture does. No. Wait, doesn't it have? I think the gutter texture actually does have a tire in it, and people were like freaking out about it because they thought Dark Souls 2 Future. But then it was just an accident. Okay. You know who I am. I would have found the monster trucks if they were there. I'm just gonna tell you right now, I would have found them. I went through every fucking inch of this game at a certain point that we will get to in the future. I would have seen the monster trucks if they were there. There were no monster trucks. Yeah, I hate to show my hand a little too soon, but this video might give you the hint. I'm kind of a fan of Dark Souls 2. So like hearing about all the shit that gets cut out of Dark Souls 2 makes me very, very sad. Just like at the thought of knowing what could be. Because there's so many parts, like obviously there's a lot of parts where there's repeated assets and it looks weird and yada yada, but there's so many parts of this game that are so pretty. And it's so sad to see that they had to rush through so much, because it could have been such like a beautiful game, especially for 2014. Okay, I'm doing one last check for Big Friend because this is actually kind of pissing me off. Open. Ah, I do have Big Friend. Oh. Chat, believe. Big Friend is real. Oh,
He's here. It's Pig Friend. Oh, you can't see him there. Yeah, so this is Pig Friend. I had to make the rig myself. It's not a very good rig, but it is a rig. Does this one have IKs, or is this before I did that? Oh, it does have IKs. Look at that. Oh, look, Pig Friend moves. I also think I just have like a general walk animation on him, because that was most of the time what he was doing. If he was doing something, was he was walking. So that's what I had on him most of the time. Also, you might notice the eye texture is not... That's not what the eye texture looks like normally. The eye texture is normally very, very scary. But I was like, I don't want to have this thing like follow me around if it has a creepy ass... Like the rest of his body being creepy, that's fine. But if he has like the creepy ass eyes that he has in game, I can't handle it. So I went through and I went into the textures and I just like... Where's his eyes? His eyes are somewhere on here. Oh, those are his eyes. I remember what I did now. If we go over to shading, I think I just... Pig? Pig, where'd you go? Oh God, he's gone. There he is. Okay. I'm just going to open up here. Let's go into shader editor. Select here. Yeah. That's what he looks like normally. And I was like, I can't have this thing following me around. This is a little too scary for me. So I just drew a little dot where the eyes are on the map, and then I just darkened it. Dude, Monster Truck could have one-shot Ancient Dragon. Yo, can we get a Dark Souls 2 Monster Truck mod? I could have used that, man. I could have used that for real. Technically, that's true. Honestly, there could be a point where like, I feel like it'd be really weird if there was like, imagine there's one age that just got like really far ahead technologically and then it just got lost again. I doubt it, but like, what if, you know, what if? Honestly, I don't know about like changing directors on Dark Souls 2. I'm fine with the one that they had. I feel like the one that they had is like, there's a lot of parts that I really, really like about Dark Souls 2. And I feel like changing the director on that would have caused a lot of issues. Oh, Isaac Car mod. Dude, I still haven't downloaded that, but I want to play it so bad. I have a lot of hours in Isaac. Streamer No Life Reveal, I have like 600 hours in Isaac, and I'm like 40 achievements away from beating it. But I've never tried the car mod, and I really, really want to. Anyways, moving on. We can get back to the video. Doink.
Black Gulch, where we peacefully reallocate some Titanite chunks and meet up with the first of the few remaining friendly undead. These guys all serve
so
different
this,
purposes.
I think,
some give us important spellcasting tools.
this was
others
around
allow
the time
us
that
to
I started
upgrade our
actually
weapons,
using
some give
mocap.
us
It was,
drugs, and some provide something a bit less
I think, right
tangible.
in the middle of the Black Gulch stuff where I finally started actually using it more often. Also, I feel like this shot right here was
Others
a little
allow us to upgrade our weapons,
out of place
some
with the
give us
rest of them.
drugs, and some provide something a bit
like, this doesn't really add anything to the actual run. I just really, really like Vangarl. Am I allowed to give my take on like Dark Souls 2? Can I give my take on the meaning of the NPCs on Dark Souls 2? Do you guys want to hear that? Or are we all saying bad game and moving on? Ooh, Jesus Christ, my back.
tangible.
Such contentment lies only in the here and now.
Because I feel like out of context, there is no context. What do you mean out of context? Like, without my view on the game, this scene doesn't really make sense. Basically, the way that I see it, Dark Souls 1 is like a very, very depressing game in terms of the NPCs. Like, sure, you can go through and help a lot of them,
but a lot of them just end up dead either way, you know? Like it's just like, oh my God, I need to stop saying like, that's such bad filler. It's just a very sad game in general. And Dark Souls 2 is sad in that way too. Like there's a lot of NPCs that you can't help. Like obviously, you know, Lucatiel is always going to die no matter what you do. What's his face? Ben Hart is always going to go crazy no matter what you do. But there's a lot of NPCs in Dark Souls 2 that just kind of manage to survive anyway. And I feel like in terms of NPCs that break the status quo, Vengarl is like the main one that I think of. Because, you know, the entire point of Dark Souls 2 is that, or not the entire point of Dark Souls 2, the entire point of Dark Souls in general is that you have to have a goal and you have to be progressing towards that goal. Otherwise, you'll end up going hollow, right? But Vengarl kind of breaks this sort of tradition because it's just like, what if your only goal was just to enjoy the world and be happy and that was it? It's like this statement that, you know, you can have goals and you can wish for better. Like Vengarl wished for better. He wanted to get rid of his body, but at the same time, he was just like happy with the place that he was in. And so I feel like Dark Souls 2 has this sort of message where Dark Souls 1 says, no matter what your goals may be, eventually, like, you will die and everything will go bad. In Dark Souls 2, it sort of feels like, you know, there, even if the world is ending and everything's going to shit, you know, there is still like a hope there. You know, there's the, oh God, what's her name? What's the name of the pyromancy girl? The pyromancy girl that's looking for Carillion and then they find each other. Either way, like, obviously there's a lot of sad stories, but there's a lot of happy ones too. There's that lady, there's Carillion, there's the fallen Chungus soldier. Like, I don't know. I feel like Dark Souls 2, despite the fact that it's just repeating the same cycle over again, it's like, rather than repeating the same cycle and having no reason to care about the fact that the cycle is continuing, there is this feeling like by resetting, you're allowing the people around you. Rosabeth, thank you. There's this feeling that like by resetting, maybe you're not, you know, fixing anything. The same cycles will go on. But at least for like a little while, you're letting those people continue to be happy. And I like that. It's like, sure, it's still sad and sure, it still really sucks. But, you know, there's a little bit of good in the end. And I just need like a little bit. I can handle like a lot of depression, but just like a little bit of something to be happy about, and I'm happy. Then, after a quick run to the Shaded Woods, we arrive at our final stop, Drangleic Castle, where we get our weapon of choice, the Mastodon Halberd, and meet up with that first undead one last time. And just like that, we've collected everything we need. Everything but one final piece.
Oof. Also, actually, you know what? I think... Okay, we're at least canceling the face part of the VTubing thing. It was a funny bit for a while. This shit is squeezing my head like you would not believe. The contraption that I have on to have this work, it feels like a torture device on my head. Like, constantly. Ooh. Like, the regular mocap stuff is fine. Oh, that actually probably just desynced me. One sec, I need to resync. One sec, calibrating. Give me a second, you're gonna see me stand up. Oh, just kidding. You're not actually going to see me stand up because I disabled standing on the model. Anyways, yeah, that thing was squeezing my fucking head. I had to take it off. That hurts. It hurts really bad. Yeah, it's basically like it's like a box TV on my head, and it hurts really, really bad.
See this little orb right here? It's called a smooth and silky stone, aka orbicular gold. It's basically like the Bitcoin of DS2. With it, these 2 little birds give us unlimited access to Titanite slabs, twinkling Titanite, elemental stones, hammers, tridents, myths.
You get the point. These birds are into some messed up stuff.
Which is why I've
So
come
yeah,
up with
this
a
is
very
still
simple
when I
plan
was
to
like
get a
really
near
trying to
infinite
get
amount of these.
familiar
Here, follow me.
with the
So,
mocap
step 1,
stuff.
we got to clear the field. We meet up with the grandmas again to introduce
So
them
this
to my
is
new favorite
probably,
cooking
in my
essential,
opinion, when it
Galaxy
looks the
Gas, after
worst.
which we
I
put the
fixed a lot of it. Dude, I was so sad. I thought that joke was so funny when I wrote it, because at the time, Galaxy Gas was so relevant. And then it was so not relevant so fast. Like it took like 2 weeks for the Galaxy Gas thing to come like in and out of circle. And then it was just gone and no one ever talked about it ever again. It made me so mad. True, I should have said Hawk to a coin. I forgot about Hawk to a coin. Damn it. Damn it, dude, damn it. That's being funnier than me and I don't like that. But yeah, that's one of the bad parts about taking a year to make a fucking video. Like half of the jokes that you make in the beginning half of the video are super dated by the time that you actually release it. Like the Hawk Tua one was kind of fine because, you know, the entire point, like it circled back. Hawk Tua kind of circled back and now it's kind of funny again. But like, oh, wait, Nautical, you've never heard Galaxy Gas. Basically, it was like this trend for high schoolers in like very early 2025 where they would just take Galaxy Gas is basically just like compressed air. It's like nitrous. It's like nitrous, I think. And they would just like snort it as hard as possible. And then they would all get like super dizzy and lightheaded, and then it would last for 2 seconds and give them brain damage. That's the basics of what it was. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that the text makes it faster. Funnier, not faster. But like, did you really pause? Did you pause and read it? Do you pause and read the text? Are you a pause and read the text type of person, chat? Because I'm not going to lie, if I saw this on screen, I would probably pass by it and be like, I don't
prove
care.
the ladle lady that we have the better cooking utensil and move on to step 2, aceticing the things betwixt bonfire. This nets us 3 smooth and silky stones, 1 petrified something, which is just a better smooth and silky stone, and 1 twinkling titanite, which might as well be another smooth and silky stone.
Actually, you know what? Also, real quick, I'm going to explain why I did. So you might notice that this method for getting smooth and silky stones is like extremely overcomplicated for no fucking reason. Like the thing is, I knew that they dropped from the alchemist guys in oh my god, I don't know this game at all. What's the name of the place? The toxic woods. The place you go to after the skeleton lords. I knew that they dropped over there, but I was like, I want to have it before skeleton lords. Yeah, it's Whippets. Galaxy Gas is Whippets, for anyone wondering. But like, so I was like, I want to have everything that I need before basically I wanted everything before I had to do any bosses at all, because I didn't want to like take any risks. So it was like, okay, if I want to get them now, I can just prove this method and then it's fine. Harvest Valley, thank you. I am really bad at names. So I set up this entire method, and then the skeleton lords were like such a joke that there was almost no reason to do this at all. I just did it
because
for
we're
fun,
going to need
basically.
a lot of it. Now this on its own could be repeated infinitely, but we need more acetics.
Yeah, the Harvest
which
Valley
takes
from
us
Dark
to
Souls
step
3.
Technically,
I had
we've
to
already
go
completed
forward
most of
again
this.
to go and
Much
get
like a
the-
trust fund baby in a retirement home, we go and poke Grandall, the old man, over and over.
Okay, so let me just, because I feel like I kind of do, like, the point is that it's an explanation, but it's entertaining, but again, it's kind of hard to grasp. Basically, I have to kill the grandmas first, because in order to acetic the bonfire, I have to get rid of all the targets that are in the area. So I kill all the grandmas and Millibeth. And then when you acetic the bonfire in things betwixt, when it goes up a level, in the beginning of the map, it spawns 3 smooth and silky stones.
And then also, if you relight all the torches, you spawn a petrified something again. And then you can also kill the pursuer again, which gets you an extra twinkling titanite. And so technically, if you're able to respawn or acetic the bonfire over and over again, you can have an infinite amount of all of those resources. Now, technically, it wasn't like infinite because the way that I proved the infinite wasn't actually infinite. We'll get there. But yeah, it was like an overcomplicated way of getting everything out.
Yes. After which we prove to Ladle Lady that we have the better cooking utensil and move on to step 2, acidicing the things between.
The thing is, so with the rules, I think it was one of those things where it's like,
which is just a better smooth and silky stone.
Yeah, the rules are the rules, but I don't think anyone cares enough. Like, if I'm able to prove that I can get
could be repeated infinitely, but
however many
acetics, which takes us to step 3. Technically,
smooth and
we've already completed most
silkies,
of
it's
this.
like
Much like a trust fund baby in a retirement home, we go and poke Grandall, the old man, over and over again until he gives us what we want, which in this case is a
I don't like
for
saying
10
ascetic.
bonfires
I like saying
which is
ascetic.
a good number, but not enough. However, he also
I'm
gives
gonna
us
say it
access
that
to
way
the Dark
anyway.
Chasm, in which the
sorry.
enemies all have a chance to drop a bonfire ascetic, which means that with the power of cheating, they all have a guaranteed chance to drop a bonfire ascetic. So 14 guys through 3 chasms
Also, hi,
times 12
Crazy.
respawns equals 168
Yeah, so this was not infinite. This was not infinite at all. Yes, you could get 168 bonfire ascetics by constantly save resetting the game and killing them until they drop, and then saving and then killing the next one over and over again, save resetting until it drops, and you would be able to get this number. And I did that once for each chasm, I think. But you can't do it infinitely because you can't go into the abyss with Champion's Covenant until you kill Dark Lurker, which isn't until way later.
bonfire
So
ascetics,
technically
which
I
plus
cheated.
bonuses and some other stuff brings our grand total up to 540 smooth and silky stones, 180 petrified somethings, and 180 twinkling titanite, which should be more than enough to get us through. And this,
you know, you say that Gavlin says what Gavlin will to push Grandall's wheelchair, but I've seen Grandall on that wheelchair. He is just able to move around magically. He does not need anyone to push that thing. It's kind of scary. The first time that I aggroed Grandall, it like freaked me out because he was just moving out of nowhere faster than like any other NPC. He moves so fast. I don't get to show it because I think I one-shot him, but like he is a very fast moving NPC. And I don't think he touches the wheels at all.
Is my first official routing plan. The one and only way to get pseudo infinite smooth and silky stones early.
Yeah, this was the start of this little bit where I'd show people's videos in the background. I could not tell you for the life of me whose these videos are. I think... Okay, wait. Try to figure it out from the audio. Okay, one is definitely JK Leeds. I think one is Liam Lois. I can't tell who the last one is. I think it's probably Tread the Dev, if I had to guess. Also, I wrote so much on all of these note cards, and I really don't know why. I wrote a lot about Tails get trolled for some reason. I just started writing on them because I was bored. 3 whole orbs, kill this guy. Who is on that? Who is on that picture over there? I have no clue. Who am I killing with a hammer? I think there's a bunch of other ones on the other note board that's, or what are they called? Push board. Police board. Pin board. There's another third pin board, like all the way over to the left that you never see. And I'm pretty sure it's also filled with just a bunch of random garbage. And I kind of want to know what's on it here.
Also, for those of you who noticed that the rules
Okay,
spawned items
you
have to
keep
be
watching
infinite
for a
and this
second.
isn't.
I'm going to see if there's
Shut
actually...
Up, be quiet. Don't say anything. Nothing happened. You didn't see anything. Shut up.
I'm actually going
Shut
to take a peep in the Blender file and see.
So now, with all that nonsense out of
Corkboard
the way,
also,
we can finally
yeah,
start playing
corkboard
for real.
is also
it's
the
time to
correct word.
challenge the first boss of the game. The
I have issues
second
with words
boss of the game.
sometimes, just to warn it.
The third,
Probably not a
alright, the
great
first
thing for a
challenging
streamer,
boss
but you
of the
know,
game.
whatever.
Okay, so for those of you who didn't understand my incredibly clear and simple explanation of the rules beforehand, I'll explain it again real quick. There's 100 targets. Each target can be 1 shot for 2 points or 2 shot for 1 point. So
Yeah, so this was the point that I realized that the explanation that I did at the very beginning of the video was not good. I watched it back because I watch everything back every once in a while just to make sure that everything's all right so far. And I watched back the beginning and I was like, oh my God, this is not comprehensible at all. So I made sure to actually like explain it out and write it on the fucking screen this time.
200 points. Now, if I can't two-shot a boss that blocks further path, then I can't move on and the run's over, which means it's unfortunately time for the Giants to go the way of the Dodo. However, on top of that, the winner is decided by who has the most points, not who gets the furthest. So we are forced to take him down in one hit.
I lied. There was nothing on the other corkboard. Also, I don't know if it's obvious. Let me
setting a maximum of 200 points. Now,
so obviously I'm doing the mocap here.
Now, if
I
can't
don't
two-shot a boss
know
that blocks further path, then I can't
how
move on and
obvious.
the run's
No,
over.
it's pretty obvious. This is, I could not, at the time, I could not figure out how to get the animations to attach to the actual characters. So I also mocap this, and it's very obvious that I did because I was not smoothing the mocap at all. So he's like wobbling around a lot.
On top of that, the winner is decided by who has the most points, not who gets the furthest. So
I feel like the
sound
sound effects kind of clean it up a little bit.
Quite the tall ask, as the last giant
it's
has
very obvious when you look at
HP,
it.
which I
just
promise
don't
you
look
is
at
a
it
big
too
number.
hard.
But thankfully, at the very least, he is a little bit slow. I'll start out by explaining the basics of our setup, which is
Shit, I was gonna say something.
is going to be used in just about every
it's
single
gone.
fight from now on. We start out by buffing our weapon, in this case using Resonant Weapon, which infuses
Welcome
it
back,
with the
Pichu.
badass power of Shadow the
Nothing's
Hedgehog.
going on
Sorry, I need
so
to-
far. This was also one of those things where I started realizing as I was going later on in the video, I was like, how much of like what I'm doing is even understandable at all? And I realized I did not explain in the slightest why I was using the weapons I was using. So this was probably the last thing that I animated before I actually finished the video. This was like the last thing where I was like, okay, let me drop back real quick and explain some things, because I kind of gloss over the actual weapons, which is, you know, the most important part of what we're doing is like
I lost
how.
control for a second here.
So I had to go through and do
posted
this.
Jonathan from like a year later, and I realized I didn't do a great job of explaining the weapons that we're using, so I'm going to do that now.
You can realize that it is from like a year later because the mocap looks way better too.
Complexities and explain every little detail of how.
Oh, this hologram looks so nice. This is so pretty. I just love volumetrics, man.
Dark Souls 2 calculates damage, because frankly, I have no clue. All you need to know is that in terms of raw numbers.
Okay, let me explain this more. So, motion values are basically what the game multiplies, I think, the actual damage number that's on the weapon by in order to figure out the actual damage that you're doing, times a bunch of other stuff. But like, that's the basic of it, is that it's like the damage on the weapon times the motion value is the resulting damage that you do from the weapon. And for a lot of weapons, especially these heavier ones, it's probably like anywhere between 100 and 114 to, I think max is like 130 for some of the great hammers. But with the Mastodon halberd, it's 120 plus 120. So it's like a 240 motion value. And when you're power stancing weapons in Dark Souls 2, the weapon in the left hand gets a lot less motion value than the one in the right hand. So I think the one in the left hand with the Great Hammer is like 95-ish, and the one in the left hand is like 70. So despite the fact that the damage numbers are higher on the Demon's Great Hammers, because the motion value is 70, it doesn't do anywhere near the amount of damage that the Mastodon halberd does. That's the basics of why it does more damage.
However, pretty soon you're going to see me switch back and forth between this and the Demon's Great Hammers, and that's because of this little known thing called damage resistances. Basically, every single boss in Dark Souls 2 has a percentage-based multiplier for each of the 3 damage types: slashing, bashing, and insertion. So although the raw damage numbers are a lot better, when a boss has a 7% resistance to slashing and a 20% weakness to bashing, I mean, you're going to hit him with hammers. So yeah, if you
Northern Line reference, Northern Line reference. I love Northern Line. I love Northern Line.
see me
Northern
swapping
Line
weapons
reference.
in between kills, just assume that the weapon that I'm using has the better damage numbers, because
I
it
make
probably does.
2 of
Bosses
those.
also have different elemental resistances, which is going to
I think I got lazy with jokes at this point because I was at this point it was like that last month.
It was like that last month of editing where it was like, oh my God, I want this out of my life as soon as possible. So I was scripting in as like basically as fast as I could type,
Add
and then just
50
moving
AR
on.
of the spell's element to your weapon, but that will change in the future. So if you see my weapon changing colors a lot, that is why. Anyways, that's it for now. Back to where we were. Buffing our weapon, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Then we switch back to our bird traded trident, which
Also, I don't know if you guys noticed this song in the background. I don't know why, but every single time that I do the trident dance, this song always plays in my head. And it took me a while to figure out where it actually comes from because I had to do like a bunch of Googling.
trident, which gives us a 5% damage buff for 30 seconds.
Like if you hear it, go back a little more, go back a little bit more.
To our bird traded trident, which gives us a 5% damage buff for 30 seconds.
So spin on. It's from a vine. It's from a vine of a guy on a tree. You've probably seen it. It's, wait, let me just see if I can pull it up real quick. Let me see if I can get the vine out. But yeah, every single time that I do the trident dance, the fucking vine plays in my head. And I could never figure out where it came from. And now that I actually like did a video where I did a trident dance, I was like, all right, I gotta figure out where it's from. Let me see. Squash, banana, vine. There it is. This one. In my head. Oh, I didn't turn on the audio. Okay, wait. I gotta watch it one more time with the audio, guys. I gotta watch it one more time with the audio on there. Hello? Hello, where'd my source go? Hello? There we go.
Squash banana hungry.
Yeah, that plays in my head every single time that I do a trident dance, and it's never gonna go away, I don't think. It's gonna be there forever. Yeah, the one where the branch breaks and then it goes. Ah! I don't do a lot of like Vine references. I don't have a lot of that stuff stuck in my head. That's probably the one that got me, unfortunately.
Seconds, switch back
Anyways,
to the
back
wand,
to
walk
video.
in the door, cast Whisper of Despair, which reduces the enemy's physical defense by 100. How much is 100 physical defense? I have no clue. You tell me.
Then we wait for an attack.
Dude, this fucking formula, man. Let me go back to it. I tried using that formula like once. Okay, let's see. So we have physical AR times RTSR. So this is the actual like stat on the weapon, and then it multiplies by RTSR. And then you subtract the enemy's physical defense, but then you do that in the formula and it doesn't work because the amount that you're subtracting is always way too much. Because there's enemies that have like 700 physical defense, and there's no weapon that has 700 AR. So it's like, what are we talking about here? I don't understand why this formula is like everywhere, because it doesn't even do the thing right. What even is this? It's just fake. It's just a fake formula that someone uploaded to a wiki somewhere, and
You tell me.
now it's in a video.
Attack, swing, and it's not enough.
So we get a ring, try again, and it's still not.
Also, I kind of blew past that part too. This ring is very important. This is the Dark Clutch ring. If you don't know what the clutch rings are in Dark Souls 2, they increase your weapon's elemental damage. Actually, in this case, it doesn't do anything now that I'm thinking about it. The physical defense.
100. How much is
Wait, let me go back.
physical defense? I have no clue.
Physical defense, motion value. The physical defense and the physical resistance are two different things. So the physical defense is a hard number that they have, and then the physical resistance is the one that's based on is a percentage.
You tell me.
Then we wait for an attack, swing, and it's on.
Yeah.
So we get a ring.
Okay, anyway, back to what I was saying. So the clutch rings, actually in this situation, the clutch ring doesn't even do anything. There was no reason for me to go and equip this. Because your weapon has to inherently do dark damage in order for it to work. I don't know why I had it equipped. I don't think it adds any damage if your weapon isn't elemental. It only adds extra damage if it already has that element. So there was no reason to use this. Like, it doesn't work with the weapon buff, I don't think. Actually, it might. I have no clue.
Ring,
doesn't matter. It never did enough damage anyway.
And at this point, I stopped caring about trying to get a clean kill, so we're going with the nuclear option immediately. Oh, sorry, not this one. This one's still banned. Here we go.
Wait. Okay. Obviously, I'm assuming that most of you... Oh, it's barely visible. I'm assuming that most of you heard the Bowser laugh at the very least. But it's really hard to tell. But there is a 2% opacity Bowser farting gif that is currently over this image right now. I think it's easier to see the second time, but it's definitely here. Also, hi, Michael. Yeah, I'm a VTuber now. The face is kind of inactive at the moment. I had to take the thing off because it was squishing my brain into like a mush, but I can still move the body badly. I didn't work on it early enough in order to have it look good. Hopefully, if I do a stream again, I can have it look a lot better. But we'll see. But yeah, there's a 2% Bowser farting.
Remember back like
this.
2 minutes ago when I said I gave those grandmas
I saw it
gas?
at the very last
Sorry to
second.
have to
It's
tell you
really
this,
hard
but
to see.
That was a lie. It was poison. All of those grandmas are dead. And also Millibit. Poison is a status effect that can be applied in a couple different ways. Through spells like Dark Fog, Throwables.
Oh no, you can't see it this time either. No. I got rid of it completely. It's gone. It's actually easier to see on the first one. It used to be so easy to see on this one. But I thought it was too obvious, so I turned it down to like 2%, and now it's just completely
with a
invisible.
weapon that has poison
I've ruined
damage.
my own
All
joke.
sources do a different amount of this so-called poison damage, which builds up on the target and procs when the target reaches 100, which then deals 1,095 real damage.
This scene... I'm trying to think. I think this was still pre knowing the correct method of doing everything. So all these textures were added in manually again. There's also something up with the color on this. Yeah, Michael, I'll actually, you know what? We're going back into Blender. Everyone, we're going back into Blender. It's time to open up Blender again so that I can actually show off what's going on. Okay. Open. Save the pig. This is C4. Okay. It's this one, I think. Okay. Okay. To be very careful with the resizing. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and turn this off. Yeah, and this off. There we go. Okay. So here we are in Blender. Let me go ahead and turn on the scene real quick so that it looks a little better. Okay, so here we can see the rig that I was using for the last giant. I think I just generated this one using Auto Rig Pro. I think I just took the original skeleton and then I remapped it using the quick rig, which basically just takes a rig that you have and quick turns it into an Auto Rig Pro rig. And then I animated on that, I think. Let's see. Let's go into the NLA right here. So this right here is my mocap layer. So basically all you have to do like the mocaps, because I'm using, I hate to expose my own bouginess, but I am using a suit right now. Okay, let me actually go through and read this because I'm not. Okay. Yeah, sorry, it's smoothie time. My bad. No, honestly, Michael, the thing is, I'm not great at like figuring out when I should be explaining things, so it's nice to have you here and asking questions because now I actually have a reason to go into Blender. Also, hello, Mr. Soul. Glad you could be here. We're currently in Blender, experiencing the experience. So all of the models that I got were ripped from the game. There is a tool called... It's actually, I just used... So you have to use UXM Model Unpacker to actually get all of the models out. And then there is a tool, like I said earlier, it's called the Aqua... No, the Souls Model Tool in the Aqua Toolset. And basically what you do is all of the Dark Souls files are in .FLVER, I think, is their like specific proprietary 3D model file type. And basically all you do is you find the FLVER of whatever model you want. So actually, you know what? Let me open up. We'll do a live demonstration. Let's do a live demonstration real quick. Surely this will not go terribly wrong and everything will just break. Let's see. Okay, here's my second monitor. This is what the setup for what I was... Basically, I was doing all the work on my main monitor, and then I had my second monitor set up so that I could like quick extract assets out if I needed them. So, don't look at that. Did I dox myself? No, I didn't dox myself. We're good. We're good. Okay, so let's go ahead and open the models folder right here. Drag this out. So this is what the model folder inside of Dark Souls 2 will look like. It'll have like these certain these folders in them, and then you go into whatever one you need. So for us, we're going into character, and then there is a bunch of B and Ds in here, and then you take these and you can just drag them. Oh, not like that. Not like that. You can just drag the B and D onto Souls Model Tool, I believe. Run. And it should... No, okay. So there's the B and Ds have to be unpacked by Yabber then. And then Yabber will make a folder. And then in that folder, you have the FLV and all of the other data that I know what it is. I know Ragdoll is Ragdoll. I think HKX, I think this one relates, the HKX files relate to the animations, I think. I have no clue what the ACB file is. But the important one is the FLV file. You just take that, and then you drag that onto the Souls Model Tool. And you get an FBX. And then if you take that FBX, and I'm going to go ahead and drag it into Blender real quick. Let's go ahead and turn everything off so that we can see it. Okay. And then if we go back to Blender, we can see that we have like a dragon of some form, and also its rig. This is... Oh, this is the... Oh my god, what's the actual name of the dragon? Does that dragon have a name? It's the final boss of the Sunken King DLC. Chat help. Chat help, I'm stupid. All the file names are Sin the Slumbering Dragon. Thank you so much. All of the file names are not in English. They are just in number. So there's basically, if you just go and you type in like DS2 model ID on Google, the first result that comes up will have like the model IDs that you need. And it'll basically tell you, or you want to type in character specifically, because if you type in model, then it'll be the models, which is a different folder. There's a models folder, but if you type in character IDs, it'll come up with their actual like ID number. So you just go to that, Control F the character that you need, and then go to the specific number file that you need. Did I use the same tool to build a fire shrine? No, actually, in Dark Souls 1. So for Dark Souls 1, I didn't actually have to extract any assets because all of the assets were yeah, it's bad. Chat delay is really, really bad. I was also just explaining a lot, so I kind of got distracted. Yeah, all the file names are in English. I'm guessing it's just because it's the English version of the game. They probably had to translate them all over. Oh, but as I was saying, all of the Dark Souls 1 models are on a website called the Models Resource. So you can just go and grab them and put them in a Blender file and they'll work automatically. You don't really have to do any extracting. It's just for Dark Souls 2, when I was starting, most of them were not there. So I had to go through and do it myself. And I've tried submitting one of my map files to the Models Resource and they denied it because the normal maps were not attached. So I'm going to have to try that again eventually and see if I can figure it out, but it's tough. They're very strict about the models that you can submit. It's a bit unfortunate, but you know, whatever. I'm going to move on. Is Coca-Cola my favorite color scheme, or is there a reference behind the color choice of your model? I don't think there was any particular like inspiration in terms of color. I think it was just like, oh yeah, I like red. I use red a lot. Let's do red. And now it's red. And that was the only reason why. But yeah, I think that just about does it for the extracting. I'm still not like fully ready to do the map extraction. We'll get there when I do the first scene where I actually did it in video. And then I'll see if I can go through and do it, because I tried doing it once because I was going to make a video tutorial and just like upload it somewhere just so that there was some form of reference for how to get the map files out. But then I tried it again and it didn't work. So we're going to have to see if it works now.
Now, here's the important
part. That's not for
now. A button press only deals poison damage,
But yeah, basically all of them are done in Blender. I extracted all of the models from the game. Most of the rigs I just made myself. A couple of them were just like basically auto rig pro generated rigs, but most of them I had to make by hand. But yeah, that's the basics of the Blender process for now. Do I do CGI work or something similar for a living? No, I don't.
Poison.
The thing is, I've only been doing Blender for 3 years, I think. It's 4 years in June. So like I didn't go to school for anything, any of it. It's just like all learned by hand. So I don't really think like you need a portfolio in order to do CGI work or something. And I just don't really have the portfolio at the current moment, so I'm
it does not count as an attack button press, as it's not doing real damage. The only button press that actually counts is the one that triggers the poison.
And I don't know if I even want to, because I feel like if I had to work for someone else, it would not be fun.
The poison with the same swing,
like I would not have fun
that
with
counts
it.
as a single hit for 2 points. Now you might think that this specific situation was a little unclear because the poison cloud was still there, and I agree, which is why I never did it again.
I legit think this was the biggest mistake I made the entire run. This was huge. The fact that like you could still get the hit while the poison cloud was up was probably the most vital, because there's certain bosses where you have to, because if they have like a 30% poison resist, a single cloud actually poisons them fully. So like you can't have them get hit by a full cloud, or else they like you can't get the hit and you're just screwed. But knowing now that like you can just swing while they're in the poison, there is so much, like, so many time saves that I could have done. And we'll get to those eventually, but yeah, it's rough to hear that after you finish the challenge that you could have been doing something way easier. Anyways,
The entirety of the rest of the run. However, this was in fact legal. As long as it reasonably looked like the poison was triggered by the weapon, it counts as a one-shot, which means that my absolute refusal to ask questions is going to have disastrous consequences on the next month and a half of my life. But we'll
what this
get
guy
there
said.
in due time. For now, the combination of the dual Demon's Great Hammers and the Mastodon Spin-to-Win machine are enough to clear out a bunch of the early game. So let's go through and get a
It's
few more
crazy how
bosses
much I still like have all of the script for this video memorized. Were passive orbs like homing orbs or pursuers not allowed? I think so. The ruling on like, so homing orbs in terms of like the whatever the spell is that creates soul mass, right? Soul mass, like spells that you can cast with a single button press, that's fine, those counted. But in terms of whatever Yimfa did, where he would like press a bunch of buttons and then everything would explode at the same time, that was not allowed. Like if it had multiple button presses and then each of those button presses did a different amount of damage, that was not allowed. So I think like soul or homing orbs were allowed, but if the homing orbs did damage, so like if you pressed a button, made homing orbs, and then you swung, then the homing orbs count as pressing a button for damage, and the swing that you do counts as a button for damage. So then that would have counted as 2 hits. Lingering flame. Lingering flame, basically every single time that you pressed a button to make a lingering flame, that counted as a button press. This was...
Starting in Heights Tower, first up to bat is the Guardian Dragon, who seems unfamiliar with the concept of baseball, so we give him the ball.
This was my favorite part of the video to animate because I only had to animate like 6 frames. This is literally just the same 6 fucking frames over and over again. It's from, let me see if I can pull up the video. Like, I wouldn't even say it's from. It's basically just fucking yoinked. Obviously, it's the Hikari dance thing, but I specifically saw one version of it that I was like, I want to do that specifically. It's the TF2 Hikari dance. Yeah, this one. I hate ads. I hate ads. I hate ads. I hate ads. I think Yimfa did make a Dark Souls 2 one-shot video at some point. I don't know for sure. I don't watch like a lot of Yimfa, but I'm pretty sure there's one out there. It's this one. This is the video that I saw, and I was like, I want to do that. Oh, this is loud.
You almost healed me to death. What? Oh no.
I just really like the effects, like the all the VFX that he did on this are really, really nice. Like this shit, the speed lines, the actual like power, energy, aura type shit that he had going on, it all looks really good. And also the heavies in the background doing like the little head nod. That's so sick. Obviously, I didn't do a lot of that because I was like, you know, rushing, but I got the pig in there doing like the little extra bob. That's something at the very least, right? Look at the little pig go. Look at him go. Watch him. Watch him do his dance.
Starting in Heights Tower, first up to bat is the Guardian Dragon.
There he is.
Seems unfamiliar with the concept
Look,
of
he's
baseball,
back.
so we give him the ball POV. Next up is the Cathedral.
Listen,
Blade.
we're watching this video on YouTube
Fighting
Premium.
the
They
dragon.
can't both be on YouTube
Unluckily for him,
Premium.
though, it's about time for us to come in and activate his PTSD by dragging our balls on his face. And also our sword through his chest.
That was weird. I'm sorry. Next, we
Dude, I felt so weird doing that one. There's something about like making actual balls jokes in the real world that like sets off an alarm in my head. It's like the toxic masculinity alarm is like, oh no, you went too far, buddy. Like as I was saying it, I was like, oh god, this is cringe.
Get over to the pursuer, who beats our ass and lives. However, by utilizing bug eating capabilities, we're able to bash our way into a one hit.
And now that we've practiced this poison method for one shots,
Does it still count as a hit even if the spell has multiple projectiles? So if a spell has multiple projectiles, that's still like the single button press still counts as one hit. So like Soul Geyser technically has 4 projectiles, but because you cast it from a single cast, that still only counts as one hit. It's the same reason why the lightning spell that everybody used also only count as one button press. Also, hi Zerk. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're watching the best part with the funny pig character. I love the funny pig
Get
character.
over to the pursuer, who
Also, I realize
beats our
now,
ass and lives. However, by
like you can barely
utilizing
see that
bug
the
eating
animation actually
capabilities, we're able to
continues.
bash
in
our way
this.
into
Like it's still going on even now. This is still like new shit in the background. I just completely like gave up on trying to show it because I was like, okay, we got to focus on the actual kill that's going on.
One shots a few times, we're able to make our way down to Mr. Hands and give him the doubled up Unum Claw experience.
This joke was crazy. Okay, this one was crazy. I was really proud of this one. Calling him Mr. Hands because he's made out of hands and then saying that he gets a doubled up Unum Claw experience. Like that kind of goes hard. I'm allowed to gas myself up once per stream. New rule. I'm gassing up that joke. That joke was sick. Yeah, I really like, I think everyone does. I think everyone really, really likes when a part of a video is
we're able to
really
bash our
well
way
synced up to music.
into a one hit.
And I think I did a pretty good job of it here. I think having like a dancing animation really helps. But yeah, just general music bits always go hard. Like everyone agrees. Nautical 37, that is unfortunately not a joke that I can explain. I think that is one that would most likely result in a bit of age restriction. I would say look up Unum Claw horse case and it should come up with a Wikipedia page. And I think if you click the Wikipedia page, you're probably fine. But I'm not sure, so I wouldn't like recommend.
A few times we're able to make our way down to Mr.
Anyways,
Hands and give him
continue.
the doubled up Unum Claw experience, leading to the first 2 shot of the run.
So all this slaughter leaves us in a pretty good spot. We're up 3 rings, 3 drugs, and 1 path to explore. Of the 3 rings, this one is likely the most important, and is the reason why our vitality got left at 50.
Also, I don't know if anyone noticed, but this number, this vitality number, it changes like 3 fucking times. I'm not showing the Unum Claw horse case on stream. That's not happening. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Michael. It's not happening. We're not risking that. That's like stream 300. That's stream 300 behavior. We're on stream number 1. I'm not getting banned stream 1. Maybe we can push it a little later on, but not right now. Anyway, yeah, this vitality number, I think the first time that I say it, it's 16. And then the second time that I say it, it's 15. And then the third time that I say it, it's 16. It changes literally every single fucking time because I kept forgetting what the actual number was. Because I think 15 puts you at 59.5 equip load. But then, oh, I'm peaking my mic a lot. One sec. Let me try and fix this real quick. Test. That's a little better, yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I think 15 puts you at 59.5 equip load, which is technically optimal, but I think I was rocking 16 vitality, which is 61 equip load. Sorry, Michael. It's important internet lore. That's one of those references that you're going to hear come up often. Now that you know what it is, you're going to hear that like every 3 days minimum.
15. This ring gives you up to a 50 increase on your weapon's base attack.
I figured
rating,
most
which is
people
a
wouldn't
very big
probably
number, but
notice
only
the
if you're at
change
60 or
of
below.
number, but like it's
Load.
still there. Also, I was way too lazy to reanimate this. I was like, because all the words here are actually in Blender. They're not done afterwards in After Effects. So if I wanted to actually change it to where it said equip load instead of stamina, 15 is 61 equip load. Okay, well then I don't know why I ever said 16. What is this guy talking about? Yo, can we kill the guy? Can we kill the guy that made this video? He's a fucking idiot, man. But yeah, I was way too lazy to reanimate this because it's just like, no, it wasn't even reanimating. It was re-rendering. Re-rendering would have taken like an hour. And I was like, I'm not spending an hour to re-render this. I'll make a bit out of it.
Above that, you get docked points.
So that's why
my
this
very
ended up
purposeful
happening.
decision to go to 61
Equip load
means that we're losing 4 AR, which is fine probably. We also get the Ring of Blades, which is a free 20 AR, and this ring.
I kept getting endurance and vitality confused, and I kept getting equip load and stamina confused. Like even as I was like thinking about it in game, I don't know why. There's completely different stats.
Speaking of rings, RTSR. I've been running it this entire time. I forgot to mention it. Oopsie, sorry. This one multiplies AR by 20% when below.
I still can't believe it took me
which
this
is
long
tied
to
for the
remember
highest percentage
RTSR.
base multiplier in the
This
game.
is so
As
late.
for what it's tied with, I guess it's time to finally address the bright bugs in the room.
Also, for anyone interested, so RTSR and bright bugs actually do technically have the same modifier. They both do a 20% multiplier. But technically RTSR is actually better because RTSR multiplies the AR of your weapon itself, which makes it so that multiplier is applied before the physical defense is subtracted rather than after. So it's a little bit like RTSR is a little bit more important.
These are drugs. These drugs, when consumed, give us a 20% bonus to all damage types. However, unlike the healthy, sustainable food source that bugs are in the real world, these bugs are...
Dude, I spent like an hour. I don't know why I did this. I was doing this like eating bugs bit for some reason, and then I was like, oh, I should look up a video of someone eating bugs. And then I found this lady who like cooks tarantulas. I probably watched this lady for like a solid 45 minutes. There's something about the way that she is just so willing to like, she'll have like a giant basket full of live tarantulas. And then a couple will like jump out and she will just grab them and throw them back in with like no fear at all. It's like kind of impressive, but also scary at the same time. Like I would not fuck with this lady. I would not. I would end up like one of these spiders.
In the real world, these bugs are in very limited supply. For each of the 4 big men and the other big man that you kill, you get a restock of up to 3 bright bugs at the hag store, meaning you can only buy a max of 18.
Should I even... You know, I think the VTuber avatar comments for itself. We move on. I don't actually watch VTubers. I want to clarify that. I don't watch VTubers. I don't... Listen, I get it. I understand the appeal. They're fun sometimes. But like, it's not for me. I'm trying to think if there's any... I watch like Chibi-Doki clips sometimes. That's about it. Yeah, tarantulas are fucking scary, man. Honestly, like, I think if... No, I don't... The thing is, I think I could try a tarantula leg. I think if someone handed me a tarantula and said, bite into the body real quick, I would not be able to do it. Like, the idea of biting into, like, the giant fucking tarantula body gives me creeps like you would not believe.
I couldn't. Or there will be severe punishments. This attempt to preserve resources led me to edging health bars for another 40 minutes until I got bored, which means that now it's time to
Any Simple Flips? Any Simple Flips fans in the chat? Any Simple Flips fans? Thank you, Mr. Shades. Nice to see you here. Oh, it's already been... Oh, God. How long has it been? How long have I been streaming for? It's 3:21. Oh, God. I need to hurry up, actually. I'm talking way too much. We need to start, like... I gotta start getting ready to leave at like 5. It's already 3:21 and we're only 12 minutes in. I'm doing way too much talking, I think.
Big Bird has locked me up for my several terabytes of images of big, hot, sexy...
That is true. I am technically a VTuber.
Well, either that...
Actually, it's now official.
Or the serial killing. Either way, we're stuck here for a while. Luckily, there's plenty to do. We can go to the Beyblade Arena.
This is the first scene. This is the first scene where also, this transition goes nuts. This transition goes crazy. From the bird throwing you in, it transitions right here. Crazy that I just paused on the frame. Right there is the transition frame where it goes from the actual thing to me. Yeah, Michael, I do have a mocap suit. Yeah, this is the first video where I actually did the thing correctly. So let me open up Blender and explain this really, really fast because I'm already taking a lot more time than I originally expected. I thought this was going to be like a 2 hour, maybe 3 hour stream total, and we're already like 2 hours in and I'm like 12 minutes into the video. And not even in like the important parts yet. Let's go Z. By the way, every once in a while you might hear me refer to different things as like certain file numbers. Let me see if I can, I'll just pop it up on the other screen real quick. So actually, let me just show in Premiere real quick so that I don't have to show my entire monitor. Let's pop open Premiere here, there. Hide that, hide that, hide that. Okay. So what I do for editing is in After Effects, I'll basically cut everything into certain chunks. And then in terms of naming it, by the way, in case you wanted to know what the entire Premiere money spread looks like, this is it. The video section is a little lacking, but the audio is a lot. Unfortunately, despite the way that the audio came out, the audio has a lot of work put into it. It'll get better with time. I'm just not great at doing voice stuff. But yeah, basically every single one of these top parts is a different After Effects composition, and I just split them up into different parts in reverse alphabetical order so that when I sort, the one that I'm currently working on is always on the top because it's always the like newest one. So like if I'm working on Z4, let's say, for example, in After Effects, the comp folder that's always going to be on the top is Z4 because it's the highest in alphabetical order. So if you hear me saying like, oh, this is ZX or YX, that's why. It's just like the way that I named out the separate comps so that it's easier to work through. Anyways, what was I doing? Why is my entire OBS showing? I'm really bad at this. Yo, streaming is kind of hard. I'm not going to lie to you. Streaming is kind of tough. Let's turn on Blender. Oh, thank God I do not have any like personal information up. I would have probably doxed myself so many times by this point. No, I don't think I'm going to do a second stream. Okay. We're going into Z1. And this is Bastille 3. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Is that visible? Yeah, okay. So here we are in one of the Bastilles. What is going on here? Where are we? Oh, this is the rooftop shot. So all of the textures are really messed up. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. External data, find missing files. And this would be... over here. And then there. Sorry, my folders are all messed up, all sorts of messed up. Full game map. And then we are currently in Lost Bastille. Find missing files? Maybe? Please? There we go. Okay. So here we are on the Bastille. So this is when I developed my method for making these maps come pre-textured. So basically, you'll notice over here on the outliner, there is this tab right here. So we have the collection, which is basically just the entire map. But then there's also this extra one called material. And if we enable this, it has all of the models, but they're all in weird messed up locations. And this is what happens if you extract each of the map or of the... One sec. This is what happens if you extract every single model separately. Like this is what it would look like if you went into the map file and then went into the objects in the map file and then extracted them all out one by one. It sets up the texture for you, but it gets all of its object data messed up. So when we have one collection where we just extract the map folder by itself, where it has the correct position data, but it doesn't have any of the textures attached. Like beforehand, this had no textures. And then we had this one where basically you extract it manually and it assigns all the textures, but all of the objects are in the wrong location. I figured out a way. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be honest. I did get some help because I don't know how to code. I got a little bit of help from ChatGPT. I'm not going to lie. I was trying to write code by myself, and then I'm not going to lie. Sorry, I just tabbed back into chat. Terrible streamer. I did not know that Bastille had a fully modeled moon. I did not even see that the first time that I did it. I just did the skybox myself, I think. Like if we go over here and we turn off film transparent, like the skybox is just all manual. This is not the way it's supposed to look. Shader editor, world. There we go. Yeah, I just had a skybox on the entire time. I did not know that it had like its own moon. But yeah, okay. Anyways, as I was saying, so we have all these objects. Basically what you do, let's go over to the scripting tab. What I did is I had this. So basically there's 3 scripts in this. This one, it takes all of the materials that are in the scene, which is basically just all the materials that are on the objects that you extract one by one. And I know I'm saying one by one, but you can technically do these like 50 at a time. So basically you extract all of the objects on their own and it makes the texture file. And then some of them have repeating texture files. So this basically just gets rid of all of the repeating texture files. And then after that, you go over here. And then this one, because the objects, if we go into one of these objects, let's go ahead and just select a random one. Let's select this. If you go into the mesh data name, this mesh data name is the name of the texture. And it's like that for every single object where the mesh data has the same name that the texture has. And then it has like whatever defining mesh characteristic on top of that afterwards. But we're getting rid of everything. If you look at the original script, it splits after the MTD. So after this point, it basically just takes all of this off from the original texture name. So then we run the texture assignment script, which looks at the mesh data name, takes off this end, and then searches for a texture name that matches this texture name, or a texture that matches this texture name. and then it automatically assigns it to that object. And then this one, wait. Oh, this one combines all the textures. Sorry, my bad. So this one would actually be run first. This one combines all the textures with the same name. So like it gets rid of repeating textures. And then this one renames the textures so that they're split after the MTD, so that the only name that's on it is the actual texture name.mtd. And then this one takes all of those textures and then assigns them out based on the mesh data cut off after the .mtd. So all this would be cut off. Does that make sense? Sorry, I need to just make, I really do need to make a video and just explain how I did this. Unfortunately, a lot of the different, so like the Souls, or not the Souls model, yeah, no. The Aqua model tool got an update recently that like messes with some of the ways that it generates textures. So it's a little different, and I think that was throwing me off while I was making the video. So I just need to like go in and try it again. Because I do think it's, I'm not going to be able to upload any of the map files that I made onto models resource, just because none of them have all of the normal maps attached properly, because I couldn't figure out like a designated method on how to do it. And I think it requires a normal map in order to get onto models resource if that object originally has a normal map. But I do feel like it's important for people to like have a way to get out those map assets if they really need them. And like I did find a couple ways to do the normal maps. I don't remember them at the current moment, but I know they exist. So hopefully in the future there will be a video made on that, but we'll see. I just doxed myself again, man. I suck at this. I'm turning off this monitor. I'm turning off this monitor so I stop doxing myself. We're continuing on for now. Oh, Jesus.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems my crimes have finally caught up to me. The big bird has locked me up for my several terabytes of images of big, hot, sexy, big, huge men. Well, either that or the money launderer. Or the serial killer. Either way, we're stuck here for a while. Luckily, there's plenty to do. We can go to the Beyblade arena or take a trip over to the Whack Gargoyle game. Also, separate rule I forgot to mention.
Did any of you watch the Beyblade Metal Fury TV show as a kid? I don't know why, but I watched so much of it for no goddamn reason. I think it was just because it was on before I went to school, so that was what I watched.
Technically took me 5 hits, as you might have noticed, but there's a special rule for multi-target bosses where you get up to 2 swings per entity rather than per health bar, so I'm not breaking any rules at the current moment.
Also, another thing that I want to say. You did not see my wallpaper. I don't have a wallpaper. My wallpaper is just black. Another thing that I want to say. This is probably like this Lost Bastille segment. I think not the Lost Sinner fight, but the main Lost Bastille segment is probably the quality that I would expect for videos in the future. Like this is around the standard of quality that I'm trying to hit.
Minigame that's a single bright bug as well, as long as we're
because I think this segment took me like
from the clown car rooms and the clown car bosses
3 days.
Finally get in contact with McDuff,
and so like it's
blacksmith who has the capability to give
a balance of quality where I'm still able to make something good, but also it doesn't take me my entire life to do it.
These non-physical types of damage don't have to deal with whatever the physical resistance number is, and they get a percentage-based bonus when enhanced with their magic.
Yeah, I meant to say physical defense here, by the way. That's the physical defense numbers. The physical resistance numbers are the percentage-based ones that get multiplied afterwards. The physical defense ones are the static numbers that get subtracted from your physical AR. So this was supposed to say physical defense.
The physical resistance number is, and they get a percentage-based bonus when enhanced with their matching spell. So whenever we aren't capable of using poison, or when we're using 2 weapons.
Yeah, so moral of the story, if you're playing Dark Souls 2, you should be using infusions. Infusions are insanely busted. Use infusions in Dark Souls 2. They're so fucking good.
Unfortunately, however, it's not going to help us with the next target, which is annoying because we're going to need all the help we can get.
Oof. I think this was, let's go back real quick. Do a little bit more editing talk. I think this was another color layer just layered on top of the same thing. And then as this faded, oh no, it doesn't even fade. It just straight cuts on the,
So
yeah, I use a lot of
is that
color
in order
layers
it
for
to do something,
editing.
the target has to stay still.
I
which
really
has
like
been
color
pretty fine
layers.
so far. But then what do you do when every time that you press a button, the target teleports behind you and wave dashes into non-existence? Lose your mind is the correct answer, by the way. Mathematically, the Lost Center should be pretty easy. The Bug Whisper Trident combo with Poison is more than enough. The problem is that math doesn't actually mean anything in the real world. In order to execute, we have to be in our TSR range, which basically makes us a one-shot. Get her to stay in.
This was not a one shot. I was lying. I was absolutely playing this up for views. You can literally see in that clip that I played, I had already gotten, you can literally see it. My health is not at a quarter. This is like an eighth. I had already gotten hit once here. This is a 2-hit. I'm just playing it up for the bit. Honestly, this fight was
Which basically
not
makes
that
us a
bad.
one-shot. Get her to stay in the cloud while also
As
not
someone
getting
that
hit,
did
while
this
also
fight
not
3
running out of time
times,
on the
it's not
trident,
that
which
bad.
is probably like 10 seconds, by the way. While also hitting her with both swings on the sweet spot. There's a sweet spot, by the way. And also hitting her during counter damage. What's counter damage? It's a multiplier you get when you hit an enemy while they're in an attack animation. So altogether, that...
I will say though, these timings are very, very tight. Like the because you have 15 seconds to get through with the Trident buff, but they're still buffing because the Trident buff doesn't come last. It comes second to last, I think, because you want a Trident buff and then you have to swap and then you have to buff the weapon that you're swapping to. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, it's close to last, but like there's still time in between, like walking through the fog gate. By the time that you get in there, you have almost no time to get the hit at all. It's
basically
really,
means
really
that we're
rough.
going to need an act of God to get this kill.
Oh, what the scallop?
Well, past Jonathan, I'll tell you what the scallop. Jesus has a name, and it is head hitbox. Yep, you heard that right. Lost Center has a hitbox in her head that makes you deal 1.5 times damage. You might be thinking that this is really important information. It's not. Almost nothing else has one. This will not be useful for the rest of the run.
Ugh.
So thanks for that, I guess, FromSoft.
I'm seeing stuff watching this in post that I'm not liking, and I'm just not going to comment on it, and we're just going to move on. But honestly, that head hitbox thing, it was important because I spent a lot of time trying to kill things by hitting them in the head, and it did not work for any of them. I would say there's a solid 3 days of footage of just me like aiming for things' heads and then not doing extra damage and then thinking, did I really hit it in the head? And then I try for another hour to hit it in the head and then it doesn't do extra damage. Like that wasted a lot of time.
2 to 4
for
big
me.
men down and 3 more bright bugs purchased. We finally...
Oh, I should probably also. Yeah, the DS2 infusion system is really, really good. It was very satisfying, to say the least. Oh, I'm just... Yeah, okay. So I edit fast for a reason. One of my favorite, like, when it comes to inspirations, I have a few of them, obviously. I've already said that I'd subscribe to Maxor's Patreon, so that's one. But another one is Funk. And Funk, there was one video in particular. I'm just going to pull it up real quick. But it's like an 8-minute long video. And the absolute density of the video means that you can watch it like 10 times. And every single time that you watch it, you're like catching new things. And it makes it so that every single time that you watch it, it's fun to watch. Let me see if I can find it real quick. This one. I got another ad. I'm just ad coded. I'm really ad coded right now.
Like the cheesy dipping burritos.
Hey, do you guys want to encounter cheesy delights?
Drive into the new year with renewed confidence at Mountain View Tire and
Do you guys
Auto
want to
Service.
drive
Save
into the
$120
new year
on
with
select
renewed
Continental
confidence
tires by
with Mountain View Tire and Auto Service? This video. Okay. Concept albums that I like. It's like a 10-minute long video. And it is one of the most satisfying watch. I'm not going to play it on stream because that feels mean. But it's like similar stylistically, obviously. And it is so dense that I've probably watched this video like 8 times, and every single time that I've watched it, I've like found new stuff to enjoy about it. And that's something that I really like. I feel like a lot of the time you watch a YouTube video and then you're like, okay, that was cool, whatever. I really, really like it when you're able to watch a video and like it's so satisfying that you want to watch it again, and then you watch it again and you catch new stuff, and it's like a positive feedback loop where you watch it and then you enjoy it and then you find new stuff and then you watch it and you enjoy it again. That's basically what I'm aiming for. I think it's a little long for that, but it's still very fun to do. Also, yeah. If you want to drive into the new year with renewed confidence, just make sure to get Mountain View tires. This stream is sponsored by Mountain View tires. Use code GAMBLING for 10% off your purchase. Wait, what? Wait, jacked out. What red room dimension was I trapped in? When did I get trapped in the red room? When did that happen? Wait, when did I get trapped in the red room? Wait, was that now? Am I trapped in the red room now? Don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to that. Am I trapped in the red room now? I think I'm trapped in the red room now. Oh God. Anyways, back to, let's just make that a green room again real quick. There we go. Okay, let's turn the video back on. What is that? What is going on here? Hello? Why are you showing up? Video. One sec. I might have to. What are we doing here? What are we? Hello?
Need you guys to
there
be
we go.
very.
I just had to open the video again. Oopsies.
I don't think she's noticed.
I'm new to this.
So
I'm new to
Nazca,
this.
as you might have guessed from the whole, scorpion thing, is completely resistant to poison, which is bad.
I'm not
because that's
dead. I'm
been
just
my
trapped
thing
in the
so
red
far
room.
with
It's
the
very,
poison
very
guy.
different.
This means that we're gonna have to switch stuff up. In fact, I got up here so I could try hitting her in the head. Took like 2 days and a lot of brain damage. Did not work.
Dude, I think I watched this clip back and I didn't even notice. I'm there. I did not notice that I was there in this clip. I'm right there trying to climb up on top of her. Why am I red, man? I have no clue. I just am. How often do you walk up to other people like in the real world and ask them, why are you the color that you are? I feel like that's a question that could get you in trouble. I don't know if that's like a practice that I would continue into the future.
Like 2 days and a lot of brain damage.
I make jokes here. I like making jokes. Also, did you like the 0.4 seconds of sneaky snitch?
Brain damage did not work. So now we're pivoting. Enter the old Leo ring.
Dude, this shot looks so rough. I turned up the focal depth way
That
too
whole
high on
counter
this
damage
one.
concept that I mentioned during the Lost Center fight, it's actually a lot more.
Yeah, it's probably
important
different.
than
It's
I might
different.
have let on.
It's
These
a
both
different
players can get
concept with
pretty hot.
robots, to
For
be fair.
instance, with this weapon.
I feel like I
right
probably
here,
do get to
Brand
choose my
Lance. Shout
color
outs
more
to Meaty
often than
Jesus for the weapons
the average
suggestion.
person. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I got so much information from Meaty this entire run. I was like constantly. The thing is, I wouldn't like. Obviously, you don't go up to someone that's in the same challenge run as you and be like, "Oh, hey, how did you get past this?" But I'd like kind of poke around and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'm trying to like." I'm trying to get on top of Najka right now to see if she has a hitbox. It seems like it's like pretty potionable. What kind of word was that? It seems like it's pretty possible to like get up there pretty consistently. I just need to practice it. And then he was like, why are you doing that? And then he sent this. So it's like you got to prod a little bit. I'd never like ask someone directly for information, but you just kind of like
1.6 times damage.
You
And with
move
the old
stuff
layer
around
ring,
and see
which
what you can
multiplies
get.
the rust counter damage by 1.125 times. This becomes a total of a 1.8 times the multiplier. And if you think back on the other multipliers we've been getting, this is a lot. So
yeah, this multiplier is insane. The fact that you can get up to a 1.8 times multiplier with the don't comment on my word, man. You did not hear me say potionable. That's not even real.
Times the multiplier.
Like the fact that I guess the Grand Lance makes up for it by being kind of a bad weapon, but like 1.8
if you
is a
think back
lot.
on the other multipliers we've been getting, this is a lot. So with 2 of them and a couple good counter hits, we can take her down pretty easily in 2 shots.
Yeah, that was
From there we do some Jonestown.
That was one that everybody had a lot of issues with, and I just kind of like bumbled my way through it. I feel really bad for all the people that used that one lightning spell and had to get like multiple hits. That probably sucked. Oh, I cut off the funny joke. No, I cut off the other joke that I actually think is funny.
Jonestown RP where I played the part of the Kool-Aid Man. And
that's a good one. I like that one. Yeah, that's the thing. DS1 had a lot more weak spots in terms of like things you could hit for extra damage. So it was just kind of like poking around, assuming that surely there'd be something that you can hit for extra damage, and there just never was. It was always like the exact same amount except for 2 situations, and that was it. Like, sure, I don't know about joints specifically, but like tails, I think did extra damage. And yeah, we did get to use life gems. That was something that was a lot. Yeah, I was really fucking proud of this joke.
And proceed to gather the
Jonestown RP, where I played the part of the Kool-Aid Man for killing a congregation, goes hard. That was really loud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for anyone that got scared by that. I have a bad habit of playing this one singular gambling clip
in the game.
And just having it be way too loud because gambling is really fun.
These are the engraved gauntlets. We get them for stabbing Pate in the face. They give us a 1 in 20 chance to do 50% extra damage, and hopefully we're...
Wait, who's the second? Wait, is it the girl that does shorts? Are you subscribed to the girl that does shorts and she makes like the videos where it's like she's short and that's the thing, and then she just animates like everything.
Not going to need them anytime soon because one can only imagine how much time they're going to add to attempts. For now, we're skipping the spider, which means that instead we're going to be
TV Head is just peak. Yeah, TV Head is peak character design. It's hard to beat it.
I wish this was a joke. So, good news, bad news. Good.
Also, I don't know if anyone noticed, but the Shin Megami Tensei 4 soundtrack for some reason fucked so hard for this video. I used it probably like 6 times. There were so many songs that like worked. I don't know why. There was a certain music theme that I was trying to go for. I probably shouldn't talk over the video. I should probably just pause it when I'm talking. There was a certain musical theme that I was trying to go for with the Made in Abyss soundtrack, where it's like very atmospheric and like tense. And it's very difficult to find things that like line up with that. And so a lot of the music kind of goes all over the place a lot of the time. And I was just like not worrying about it. But this Shin Megami Tensei 4 soundtrack, for some reason, paired really well with everything that I was doing. Oh, Sarando, hi. If you want any of the blend files, you can just like ask. I think everything past the first 4 minutes is stuff that you can get. I can just send it to you. I have a Rococo suit that I got with the indie discount. And then half of the time I'm using that. And then actually probably more than half the time. It's probably like 65 to 70% of the time. And then the rest of the time I'm just animating by hand. And then this animation specifically, actually, on the Covetous Demon, I use the Morpheme editor. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I'm gonna dox myself again, most likely, but we're gonna do it. This one. Okay, doxing myself time. You can see the stream. Oops. Let's see. Morpheme editor. If we just launch this up real quick, we can go into model, file, open. I'm doxing myself. I'm doxing myself. I'm doxing myself. Actually, I should probably turn off the background for just a second. I didn't realize I was going to dox myself that hard. Oops. Let me see if I can find the folder real quick. It is here. No, here. Yes. And then here. And then here. Okay, now I can start showing it again. Okay, so I'm in the Blender thing, or not in the Blender thing. I'm in the Dark Souls 2 folders, and then I think you have to go into Morpheme 4 character, and then in here, there's a bunch of, basically if I weren't in this window, I would see a bunch of like extra files around here that I could look in, and then you can extract those using the Yabber thing, and then in those is the actual animations that you can open with Morpheme Editor. Never mind, I'm not doing this. There's tutorials on it somewhere. I am not the person to look at this. But basically, you can, if you use the NMBs from, actually you can still extract the animations, but normally there would be a character up here if I had it all attached correctly, but I don't at the current moment. But you can take all of the characters' models and you can just extract them using this tool. And it's very, very easy. Sometimes the animations are a little messed up because I think, basically what I think is happening is the animations are an XYZ Euler, but then when you import them into Blender, they get turned into quaternion automatically. And so the X dimension gets a little messed up because it's complicated. Basically, there's too many axes. There's too many axes, and it doesn't know what to do.
It means nothing to you, so let me put it this way. If you remember earlier, I said that you need to build up 100 poison damage in order for it to trigger. Our lance currently does less than 5.
This looks so bad beforehand. Wait, let me pull up what this looked like beforehand because it was so bad. I had to fix this in post because like right before I was posting, I realized, oh God, this looks terrible. Let's see. This is, we are on Y7. Right here? No. It's right here? No. It's right here. Okay. So this is the re-render on top. This is like the file that I did afterwards. Oh, I haven't opened chat in a second. One sec. This is very poor form. Yeah, dude, I really need to practice. I need to practice streaming really bad. Thoughts on snakes? I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of a lizard person. I'm a bit, or not a lizard person. I'm like a reptile pet kind of person where I would like enjoy that. I think snakes are pretty sick. But yeah, anyways, as I was saying, so this is what it looks like afterwards, where I stab it in and then it goes. Here, let me show you what it looked like beforehand. All right, this is what it looked like beforehand. It like teleports around a fuck ton. And I don't know why I just left it like that, but I left it like that for like 6 months. And then eventually I was like, oh God, this is like bad. This needs to get fixed. And so I went back and I was like, all right, I'll go through, I'll delete all the keyframes that I need to. It still doesn't look perfect because like I think the hand still isn't really well attached, but it's good enough to where like as a cutaway thing, it's fine. It's fine past this point. Listen, Cold Master, I'm not gonna comment either way. I'm just gonna say, you know, Mytha's definitely a character. Mytha's
So with poison
Mytha
decaying
is a
at a rate of
character.
around 2.5 damage per second, using Dark Fog alone simply is not going to work here. There's not enough time to switch weapons, apply poison resin, and swing before the poison buildup goes below 95, no matter what. So we have two options.
Wait. Actually, I just realized that this was another reference that probably no one's gonna get because it was way too quiet, and I'm hearing it back, and it just doesn't hit. Okay, here's the thing. I'm specifically when it comes to like teleporty jank, that's when it's like really bothering me. No. I fixed any problem that I had like in the video. Anything that I was like, this is too bad, I just like went through and fixed it. It's like specifically when it's teleporting around, that's when it's like, oh God, this is noticeable because it's moving so fast that like people's eyes are going to be drawn to it. Like overall quality of a render is a different thing entirely. But like specifically when it's something that's going to drag the eyes to it, that's when it like bothers me. And normally I do also have an amount of jank factor that I allow, obviously. Like for instance, this shit is clipping all the time, but there's a limit, and that was past the limit for me. Anyways, if you listen really closely right here,
with poison decaying at a rate of around 2.5 damage per second, using Dark Fog alone simply is
right there. Did you hear it?
So
if you listen very closely,
around 2.5 damage per second, using Dark Fog alone simply is not going to work here.
You can hear the covetous demon saying, haha, farting on my roommate's door. No, Sarando, I did not notice it all. I just did a quick watch through, and I was like, yeah, that's good. And then I think the entire time I was anticipating, if anyone in chat hasn't seen Sarando's new video, go watch it. It's a video on, oh God, I can't even remember. It's a difficult ass challenge on Metal Gear Solid 3. And I make a cameo in it. So if you want to see me do it, go watch that video in entirety. But I did not notice it all because the entire time I was watching out for wet Challenger Andy. Like I was anticipating the wet Challenger Andy, so I was watching for it. And I was like, everything else was kind of secondary. Like even my cameo was like kind of secondary to looking for the Challenger Andy being wet.
There's not enough time to switch weapons, apply poison resin, and swing before the
Anyways,
poison buildup goes below.
He says farting on my roommate's door. And then you notice the orb.
So we have
and the orb goes across. And then at the very last second, it says, did you see it? Oh, yeah, Jack. If you know who Challenger Andy is, he did a cameo in Sarando's new video also, and he was very wet during it. And you might not know, he made himself wet. He made himself wet, I think, by a giant bucket of water. I wouldn't even say it was moist. It was definitely
switch
wet.
Weapons, apply poison resin, and swing before the poison buildup goes below 95, no matter what. So we have...
But yeah, I did the farting on my roommate's door with the orb, and then at the very last second it says, did you see it? And you can barely hear it.
But the ticks are hard to track, and given that the margin of error here is 2 ticks, trying to keep up with how much Dark Fog did and how much decay has happened, it's just not viable.
For fun. Here's the thing. Okay, one of the most important things when it comes to big projects like this, you have to have your own fun with it, because like every little wait, did I say something bad? Did I say something bad? What did I say? I'm just going to continue on and pretend like nothing happened. I'm going to pretend like I didn't see the AOs in chat. Anyways, as I was saying, you have to like make your own fun with these videos, because when it's such a long grind, you can't really rely on like I'm going to get views when I'm done sort of motivation anymore. You have to find your own like little things where you motivate yourself. Stop. You're making me so self-conscious. What did I say? I'm just going to pretend like I don't see it. yeah, the regular motivation of like, I'm going to put this out and people are going to watch it stops happening. So you have to like figure out ways that you can enjoy making the videos in the meantime. And a lot of that just comes down to like making certain shots look really good or stuff like that. But you have to find a way to motivate yourself in the meantime. Otherwise it's just not going to work.
Situation. So
I add in little things. You add in a bunch of little things to make yourself happy.
These things can be popped by the Reddit mod's Chungus Slap attack or by the spell Force. They each deal 15 poison damage to him, but more importantly, they also slime you like Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, which, on top of making you find feet extremely fun.
Like this was another moment where I was like, it's a bit fucked up, but like it's really funny. It's really funny to just
and very slowly tick up.
We're gonna move on from it fast because I'm still getting
despite how inconsistent the vase breaking.
I'm still getting gaslit.
So here's the full strat. We walk in the room, pull out the bow, and use it to loose the goy.
I'm just gonna move on and pretend like it's not happening.
Even long enough for us to set up the first dart, using a whisper into
this strat was so rough. This was so fucking brutal.
To get the max amount of poison damage. From there, we dance. While dancing, go into our inventory, swap the bow for a chime, swap left-handed lance, cast great magic weapon, swap right-handed chime, have Chunky do his flap attack, force the flask, swap right-handed lance, use poison resin, wait for him to attack one more time, and swing.
Like this was crazy. This was absolutely crazy to do at the time because I feel like I didn't really emphasize how much 2 ticks is. 2 ticks is about like 2 seconds. Like the poison ticks down every 2 seconds. So doing this normally, I would have had exactly 2 seconds to buff my weapon with poison, wait for the attack, and swing. There is no way that would have happened. There was nothing in the jar. Don't worry about what was in the jar. But using the jar and getting him to like, because the jar, it barely makes him tick up. It's like maybe 0.3 every like couple seconds. So it gave me the opportunity, but you still had to be within like 5 poison. And getting that to line up was so difficult because every single little bit of spacing between him and that jar counted. Like there would be some times where he'd do the flap attack and then he'd land on you and then you'd force the flasks and it would do like 10. And then there were other times where he'd do it and he would just get full poison off the go. This was a brutal kill. And I'm happy I got it done, but then also at the same time,
we've found the best way to kill the covetous demon in one hit.
Fucking Aleum Lois, man. This was, listen, with the other ones where I was doing this bit, I was kind of messing around. This was the first one where I was like, oh, fucking come on. How did I miss that? This was a brutal one to watch. I'm not going to lie to you. This was rough.
Keeps turning these on. Unfortunately for us, it's out of the goon cave and into the stream den, as things are not about to get any easier.
No, that's the thing, is that like you're never going to know, obviously, like all the strats that you could have done. But it's like when you build up this like extremely overcomplicated strat and then you just see someone do it so simply, it's just like, what the fuck was I doing,
so,
man?
After the misery of dealing with poison,
what was that? Why did I do that?
This fight to have poison removed as a possibility completely. However, I'm cursed with something much, much worse. The knowledge
also, pig's back.
that
Pig's
a
back.
one-shot is
Pig
possible.
pog.
A couple
Pig.
days before I walked up to this fight, Meaty announced in the Discord that he had managed to find a one-hit method for Mytha, and I knew that meant.
Yeah, no, it was really funny how simple her one shot was. It was so funny.
3,570 HP. None of the weapons I had used so far were getting close. Those were numbers we were barely getting to with poison. The highest we had gotten so far was against Najka, and that was only.
She just did a jumping attack with the Grand Lance. I think it was magic buffed, and then got the crit with it. So it was like a 1 in 20, but it's way faster.
She had a weakness to piercing damage that gave us a 1.3
and way easier setup.
And even then, that was only.
Also, I didn't see anyone commenting about the music in this section in particular, but this song is from the Transistor soundtrack, and it is so fucking good. Like the Transistor soundtrack goes crazy.
I spent a week at this doorstep going through.
This song in particular was just really good for this part,
methods,
particularly.
Setups, always getting close to the one hit, but needing.
Also, I don't know if anyone noticed this part either. I called the pig Cooper specifically because of the T Martin apology. Is everyone in chat familiar with the T Martin apology? Before I continue, actually, I'm just going to continue and then. and then we'll figure out if everybody knows what the T. Martin apology is. Yeah, but the pig's name is officially canonically Cooper. You can write that. You can write that in the lore books.
2 crits.
The pig's name is Cooper.
Which I just wasn't willing to play for.
If only there was a set of weapons, a pair of swords with warp blades, perhaps.
Okay, there's a lack of familiarity. That means that we're opening the T. Martin apology. Okay, so lore time, internet lore time. Basically, there was this website. It was called CS:GO Lotto, and CS:GO Lotto was being advertised by the Syndicate Project and T. Martin, and they were advertising it because at the time CS:GO gambling was like crazy big. Wait, but I want to bring it up. I'm bringing it up. And so they were advertising this gambling website, and then it came out that they owned the website, and so then they tried to do an apology video, and this was the apology video.
I have no idea how I'm gonna record this video, dude.
So bad. It's so bad, man. It's so bad. It's like it became like the epitome. Oh yeah. Sorrento, I know the voice mix in this was so bad. It was one of those things where I did it during the time, and then I got to the end of the video and I was like, okay, let me go through and check all the voice stuff. And then I was going through and all of the audio was already pre-mastered, and I was like, oh God, I have such a mess on my hands. And then at that point, it was just like a matter of see what I can save. But yeah, anyways, this basically became like the pinnacle of YouTuber apologies. This became step 1 is make sure that your dog is on screen for sympathy points. So if I ever have to do a YouTube apology, I can guarantee you that I will be talking to Cooper before it starts. Just a warning. And I will be doing it for sympathy, and I expect you guys to not let other people know that I'm doing it for sympathy points. I would appreciate it if you just kept that under wraps. Thank you. Anyway, continuing on.
I could do just a bit more damage. If only.
My favorite part of the video. I'm just letting it play.
And it's still not enough.
I'm so happy. I love that part. I love that part so much. Yeah, the ukulele apology is worse. To be fair, the accusations in that one were a lot worse also, but like, it was still crazy. Honestly, it was kind of aura in its own way to just bring out a ukulele and be like, what the fuck did I do wrong? Because she did so much wrong and then just said, yeah, whatever. Like, she deserved her downfall, but like, it was crazy to just go through and do that. It was nuts. Anyway, this part, if anyone didn't see it in the description, it was based on a video. I'll just pull it up again. Called "I'm So Oni." Oni. And it was basically just a shot-for-shot recreation.
Place of complete focus.
But it was one of those things that I saw it like popped up in my YouTube feed, and I was like, I gotta remake this because it looks so fun, and it's so fun to watch that I was like, okay, we're doing this. And it took a while, I'm not gonna lie to you, but it was absolutely worth it because it was so fun to do. It's basically just like a full shot-for-shot recreation of the video. The video definitely has better like noise on it, I will say. And also it continues past a lot further. It's so good, man. It's so fucking good. This is a video I probably watched like I want to say high double digits. I don't think I've gotten to triple digits, but it's definitely high double digits. I've watched this video high double digits time. It's so good. Thank you, Sorando. Yeah, it's all EV. Honestly, a lot of what I do for lighting, like the number one tip I can give, volumetrics. Volumetrics
But
are
it is enough damage
fucking
for one per ticket,
busted.
which means that after our sponsor of the video, Stake, messes with the odds a little bit, it only takes us 38 attempts to hit our 1 in 10 chance. So this setup uses 2 warp swords and flame weapon, 2 of which are locked behind New Game Plus bosses. However, according to the rules, as long as we're still able to get a 2-hit on them, using bonfire seed ace.
That's fair to be put off by the faces. I mean, if you're not familiar with Aoni, I could see it being scary.
On the Lost Sinner, we were finally able to collect everything we need. I personally have no clue why the warp swords do as much damage as they do. I do know that 4 hits is a lot of hits, and 130 is a pretty high counter damage modifier, but at the end of the day, this is just a discovery I
Listen,
made
Jack,
through
it's a
trial and error.
dynamic
Not only
figure.
that, but it was the first discovery I made on my own.
It's a dynamic
Reviews telling me
figure.
it's the best damage
It's an
source, no advice from
interesting
others. This was the first
silhouette.
one.
That's why I do
They
it.
feel kind of special because
And we're moving on.
These are my little babies, and they made me feel like I was going to be able to take things a lot further than I had originally expected. So, let's see how far they carry me.
This video, I also tried a lot to like hit solid and emotional notes, because doing that in a YouTube video is really, really tough. Like, it's so hard to like sort of skirt that line between this is corny and like I'm feeling this. And I feel like, you know, the later ones, it can be kind of hit or miss. But this one specifically, I'm like, this goes really hard. It's like
So for the second
solidly
test of the warp swords, we
sentimental
take them
while
to get a new
also
hammer,
being
so we can put them in the backpack for the next set of bosses. Now with the
like
poison hammer
decently
in hand
fun.
and a better understanding of how weapon buffs work, we can go back to Dranglight Castle and confirm the 1 hit on the Dragon Slayers. And then we have to make the highest stakes decision we've made so far. Killing the Looking Glass Knight. Now, the method on both of these kills was nothing special. Just hit these guys with hammers in the works. But what is special is the implementations that this is going to have on the rest of our...
Oh, dude, the song editing on this was so rough. I don't know if anyone recognizes this. It's from Drakengard 3. And it's like it has these high bursts of
so far. Killing the
what are
Looking
these
Glass Knight. Now, the method on both of these kills was nothing special. Just hit
like these
guys with
guitar
hammers in the works.
riff
But what is
bursts
special is the implementations
come
that
in
this is gonna have on
between
the rest of our run. Murdering the Looking Glass
a bunch of a woman like humming at a really slow pace. I don't know what it is about the Drakengard 3 OST, but it is so all over the place constantly that it is so hard to put in a video. But it specifically worked so well in this part where I was like, fuck it, I'm going to go through and cut out all the bad parts and just mush them all together. And so there's probably like 5 different cuts of the music in this one part. Also, thank you guys. I try really hard with the storytelling. It's still a tough thing to do, but you know, it's one of those things where you figure it out as you go, and it's a lot easier to tell once you've written something too corny or something that doesn't hit, how to like get to that middle ground, and you just kind of go for it.
Immediately cuts us off.
Yeah,
with 6
Soranda's
extra
right.
Very necessary
You just
bright bugs. But
be
I
earnest.
did it because I think there's a chance of one-shotting the last 2 lords. And the first
And maybe a
chance
little
comes right
over
now
earnest every once in a
with
while,
the
but
Archdrake Mace. This thing might have less damage than our comparable weapon, the Demon Hammers, but it has a spin attack that does not just 2, but 3 hits. Meaning that because having one weapon allows us to optimize our elemental damage, the
oh, dude, look at how crunchy this normal map is.
better buffs combined with the incredible motion values just might make it possible to...
Oh, that's so crunchy.
No.
This was so disappointing. I was so hyped for this fucking hammer just for it to turn out absolutely useless, man. I was so mad. I thought this thing was going to be it. I thought this was like, oh, this is my way to like 6 extra 1-hits that no one's ever going to find. And then it was just nothing. Because the thing is, the motion values don't look too bad. It's like 230 total. And it's like a crushing weapon. So you'd think, oh, okay. Like it's like a little bit worse in some regards to the Mastodon Halberd, but it's also a little better when it comes to the motion values. But then you just try it out and it's just nothing, man.
Never mind. This thing sucks. Probably should have tested that before trying it in a real run. Oops, we just kill this guy with hammers again, I guess. So now that we're a flesh automaton that can only buy 3 more bright bugs, what do we do? Well, if you remember earlier, I said that Past the Bell Gargoyles is a bright bug. And now that the Lost Sinner is dead, we're able to ascetic the Belfry
Listen, it's really fun to just like pick at the random
Luna bonfire, which respawns the bright bug, but also
like
respawns the
I know
gargoyles,
it's
which
bad.
means
I
that
know
we
it's a
have to
bad
die
habit,
if we want another.
and I
Now,
don't do it while I'm
technically, according
editing.
to the exact
But it's the
wording
fun
of
to
the rules, we don't
just like
have to
be,
two-shot.
you know. Listen, Nostalgia Critics had an effect on me. He's had an effect on me. I'm not even gonna lie to you. When he said bat credit card, that shit hit for me. I was like, oh my god, he is a genius. So now I'm bat credit carding my own video. It's fun to bet. Listen, you just gotta sit down and bat credit card your own video sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
The boss again, as the rule technically only says that you have to two-shot bosses if you want to specifically farm their drops. But I, unfortunately, am a spirit of the Lost Cell and afraid of getting in trouble. So we'll be two-shotting them every time that we need more bright bugs.
So I didn't actually cover this in the real video. I had to come back and do these gargoyles, I think like 5 times. I got to New Game Plus 5. No, I just like saying ascetic. I know it's ascetic, but I just like the word ascetic. I like it. I like it better when it's ascetic, because ascetic sounds like it's supposed to be like when I think verbs, I think soft vowels. When I think nouns, I think hard vowels. So ascetic makes sense in my head. So now I just say ascetic. I will say, Rando, the suit makes it so much easier. The suit makes it so much easier to do all this stuff. Because you just kind of like throw it in and it's plug and play, and then you just have to move around the arms just a little bit and you're good. Like the suit helps so much.
I actually ran out of bright bugs before even getting to the Looking Glass Night, so our bright bug count is now officially set back to 3. So with that sort of,
I'm sorry for all the aesthetic fans in chat, though.
There's a bunch of text. Pause and read it if you want.
I probably won't have to say the word again. Also, pause and read. What did that say? Okay. Oh yeah. This was annoying. I had to figure this out manually. You just kind of have to test. Thank you. Hello friend. Words are not real. I can say whatever I want. Listen. These things are called milfinitos. That's not even a real thing. They have MILF in the name. That's stupid. I can say whatever words I want. Ascetic.
Alexi Pegasus.
But yeah, the milfinito puzzle was a little stupid. You had to kill the first 2, save the 3rd one, kill the boss, kill the 4th one, come back, ascetic the bonfire right before the 3rd one, and then save the 3rd one. And then you could go.
Times for a point.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. You had to kill the first one, kill the 2nd one, kill the boss, kill the 3rd one, go back, save it. Sorry, not go back, save it. Go back, ascetic, save the 2nd one, and then you could kill the 4th one.
Stick in the crypt.
That's what it was.
Why am I hearing that bell? This is Velstadt, right hand of the king and master of smashing that goddamn bell.
This is my one subscribe reminder in the entire video. This is how I do my subscribe reminders. I just hope that like people see this and they're like, oh yeah, subscribe button. By the way, Rando, I'm actually like, I have a mocap suit. That's how I do the animations. I don't know if you're like messing around and but like I have a mocap suit. That's how I'm able to do the animations.
At
like
6290 HP, he's actually the 2nd highest HP boss we've met, meaning that we should just be able to replicate the strategy we used on Looking Glass Night. But the world of Dark Souls does not work on shoulds. This spell here, which happens when he reaches 50% health and successfully disengages, raises all of Velstadt's elemental resistances and
that
surely does
re-intro
something
too.
to that physical resistance number because
how you
that we should just be able to
fade
replicate the
out,
strategy we
and then
used
you
on
cut
Looping
to like
last
the
week. But the world of Dark Souls does not work
cut
on
to the
shoulds.
second.
This spell here, which happens when he reaches 50% health and successfully disengages,
What is it?
raises all of
Bridge?
Velstat's elemental resistances and
Word?
surely does something to that physical resistance number because he pretty much stops taking damage. So our strat
I
is
love
going
this
to be
part of
to
the song,
not
this
let
build
him
up to
do
the
this.
second chorus.
For that, we're going to be using an
And then you just cut it off. I tried doing this thing during this video where the music would abruptly cut right when I went into this planning phase, specifically to sort of show like the mood is changing, you know? Like, so you'd be in the boss fight, there'd be the intense music, and then it would cut over to this scene where I'm doing the explaining and the planning, and it'd be like a more lighthearted thing because I've figured out how to beat the boss. And then I did all of that so that when the Ava part came up, I could have the music play through and it would be sort of like a break of expectations, and then you'd be like,
new
oh
weapon
shit,
and a new
oh
mechanic,
shit, he's still
Toxic.
losing.
It works the same way as poison, can be applied alongside poison, and does 400 more damage than poison.
I don't
However,
think
there's only
anyone
one weapon in the game that can
like
actually
that's
apply
something that I
Toxic
care
and
about.
poison at the same
I know
time,
that it
and
probably
that's
doesn't
Mythos
like come
Blade.
across
So we'll be using that in combination with the
in the
lance for a
video,
first hit. Then
but
for
like
the second hit, we'll be skipping
I like
poison
doing
and
little
going
things
in
like
with both
that
swords, buffing
just
as
in
quick as
case it
possible
gets
and
to
going in
someone
before he has a chance
subliminally,
to
you know?
disengage and buff. So after equipping all that and our new nifty stick, which lets us cast all our spells from the same wand, we're out of inventory slots.
Zombo,
and we
I did
still
not.
don't have
I
a
did
way
not.
to
My
build
my
up
audio is
Toxic,
really
which
bad.
means
That's the
that
part
we're
that
gonna
needs a
have to
lot
go
of work.
poop mode. These deal roughly 40 toxic damage, and the bent blade does 12. So we need to throw 2 and then wait for as close to 20 seconds as possible before throwing the third, which I kept track of in the
Like
most accurate way I know.
I'm not bad about like I think it's a really good video.
Don't worry,
but the
I
audio
wasn't
needs
timers
some
to
work.
mention. That's all it is in concept. Just poison and toxic on the first hit, then buff and swing before he's able to print, which we'll surely do first try. One try and 6.5 hours later, we walk down to pick up the king ring, then take it up to Aldi's Keep, where I finally realize I still haven't killed
I'm not
Dark
doing
yet.
film review
Luckily, now
essays
is
on
the
my own
perfect time to
videos.
remember, as
That's
we
too
get the most
tough.
damaging sorcery in the game, Soul Geyser, and also, in return for this funny little feather that I just found on the ground randomly, get access to Unleash Magic, which is basically just a free version of Bright Bugs that you can only use for spellcasting. These are both important for Dark Lurker because he only takes half damage from physical sources. So instead, we just shoot him once with Soul Geyser.
Dude, Sorrento, unironically, if you wanted to hop in a call sometime and just like go over your blend folders, I would be entirely down to do that. Just like let me know a day and I'll hop into a call with you and we can figure them out. I do not mind at all. I love teaching people stuff. It's fun. Especially when like you're able to teach someone something and then you see it applied in your own content or in their content and then you get to see them improve. That is so satisfying. And I wish I could do that more often.
Then wait for him to split and aim for the collateral to get the kill, which means that we now have our final solve of the game, Climax. It's the highest damage spell in the game by a lot. Combined with the blue dagger, the Black Witch Domino Mask, and our crit gauntlets, we're basically able to sperm our way through the rest of the game. So let's get this done. First, the Guardian Dragon, who takes a quick blast to the head after not getting crit for like an hour straight. Then we hit up Dragon Airy. Yeah, this one's...
Also, I don't know. I'm gonna stop saying I don't know if you noticed because at this point it's just getting annoying. At a certain point, I cut the cape off. I cut the cape off of this thing because if you have not tried to do a cloth simulation in Blender, then I do not think that you know true pain. What did Rain do there? He just said that he wants me to react to his oh no, you're not gaslighting me, Jack. You're not gaslighting me again. It's not happening. It's not happening.
But we do
it's
perform
fake.
a little bit of child.
I took off the cape. That's all I was gonna say.
Gives us a stone that
I'm
makes
not
us
getting
do
gaslit by the chat
15%
again. I'm
extra
closing my
damage
eyes.
for 6 seconds. And also
It's not
gives us
happening.
full armor.
Dude, this fucking armor, dude. I don't know why.
We go on to double load on the last giant and finish on the giant rat that makes all the rules. And after a 2-time on the throne duo and a couple shot at spins,
I had to
on the
do
Chandra,
so many re-renders
we are
on these
officially
gauntlets on the map on the
I take a
armor
step back again,
because for
talk to
some
Meaty
reason
for a bit and
they-
try to get an idea of where
the
we
normal
stand.
maps just
And
would not
I
work.
get the
ever.
feeling that I'm about to lose. Like I'm down by a lot. I wasn't planning on stopping beforehand, but now I know I have to do something big. First though, it's cleanup time. NPCs are all worth points, so unfortunately they all gotta go. Toxic, climax, tragic accidents, there isn't any real difficulty. Except
This one hurt. This one hurt really, really bad. Honestly, there was no other character that I was like, actually, no, I was going to say it kind of hurt to kill Lucatiel, but at the same time, it feels like, you know, you're kind of like saving her from the fate that she's inevitably going to meet anyway. This one hurt. Sorrento, I will say, I think a lot of the reason that it merges so well in this video in particular is just because I'm taking all the assets from the game. So it's like, it kind of blends together because it is just the same models. Like, that's what makes it so much easier to blend it together. Dude, if Cooper was worth a point, honestly, if Cooper was worth a point, then he wouldn't have been Cooper. I'm going to be completely honest with you. He would have died immediately, and I would have just pretended like I didn't care. But thank God he was not worth a point, or I would have cried. This is the head of Vengarl. I don't know, Curse Requiem, if you were here earlier, but basically I was just explaining Vengarl is basically who I consider to be a foil to the average Dark Souls 1 NPC, where like most of them, you try to help them and then they just end up more sad and depressed and then they die. Meanwhile, Vengarl, he just manages to be happy because he enjoys the world and everything around him. And so he manages to not go hollow because of that. And it's like this nice little message of, you know, your purpose for continuing to live can just be to be happy, and that's all right.
We clean up all the mimics, get rid of the giant ant, trade in Nashandra's soul for a hex chime, and
but because of that, that's why it was so hard for me to do.
Blades +2. And now
I died to those pursuers like maybe 4 times.
It's time to enter.
I'm not even gonna lie, it was rough. Oh, this shot too. Oh my god. Oh my god. This scene is so pretty. This is one of those like Martin Sanders, you will not have to wait a year. I need to upload twice in the next 3 months, so hopefully the next one will be done in 2, and then I will figure out something for the 3rd. Also, this stream is going to be archived afterwards, so you can listen to all of the questions. But yeah, this fucking scene, it's like the way that Dark Souls 2 does maps, they're all like separated, and each different map, you know, is a different map that like loads in between different loading zones. But the entirety of every single DLC is its own map. Like, it is loading the entire DLC at the same time, which is why it's so crazy to import and see it all in and see just like how great it looks just out of the box. It's incredible.
Now we're going to start with a warm-up.
Also, Cuphead reference.
Just killed a bunch of NPCs, so what's 3 more? We get back shots on Lucatiel, then play a poison guessing game with Havel, another guy, till we manage 2 correct guesses in a row, which is annoying, but unfortunately the...
Actually, I'm going to pause it real quick. Also, C418. He makes great music, man. I can understand how he got that job at the Minecraft, at the whole Minecraft thing. Proven Destroyer. I don't know if I'm fully willing to say what I'm doing next quite yet. There is another thing in the works. The next video isn't going to be Souls related. The one after that probably will be, I think. That is what I'll say for now. That being said, though, I think the next video I make is probably... I think in terms of the story that I'm going to be able to tell just due to the challenge of it, I think it is going to be far beyond everything else that I've made. Just the difficulty of the challenge itself is quite brutal. But yeah, C418, he made good music. It's not Mario. It's not Mario. I'm not playing Mario again. I suck at platformers.
Only option we have to kill him. The reason we do this first, though, is because we also get 2 more bright bugs, which we're gonna need for this next fight. The fight I've been thinking about since the beginning of the run.
Ooh. This shot is fucking tough. that scream. Oh, and the audio with the fucking on the soul masses. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I love the audio in this part. Let me actually, you know what? I'm going to pull up the Premiere thing because I think the audio layering on this is a bit ridiculous, but it was absolutely worth it because it's fucking beautiful in practice. Let me pull it up. Okay. This is Y3. So we got pretty far to go here. It's right here. Yeah. Yeah, also, Heaven Pierce Her, also really good at making music. I can understand how they got a job at that whole Ultra Kill thing. So this, I think, just the landing is sound effects from an animated video that I really like, and then a bomb sound effect, and then a bass impact. But then for the actual roar, I think it's like 3 roars laid on top of each other. Let's see. Oh, this is just like a deep bass rumble here. Let me isolate it. So it's that. And then we have, I think, a demon roar. Is that what that is? Yeah, it's just like a monster roar. And then combined on top of that, we have just a regular. Oh, that's the same sound effect. I did 2 monster roars on accident. Welp. Welp. It's 2 monster roars. There is no lion roar. Oopsies. But yeah, it's like we have 3 sound effects there, and then each of these little pop-ins is like the sound effect from the letter catch combined with just like an extra little sound effect on top of it to give it those sort of low tones that I was looking for. Oh, am I not? Wait. No, okay. Oh, I saw a whelp in the chat and I was like, "Oh no, did I forget to string the audio on this?" That would be very embarrassing. Oh no, yeah, you're right. Sorry, my run is invalidated. I didn't use a lion roar for the lion. You're right. I didn't catch that. Oh shit. Lemon, turn off the stream. Lemon, if you're watching, turn off the stream. But yeah, it's like, I know the audio is a little rough at times, mostly because I'm just like not used to it, but I promise I do care. I do care, and I'm trying to get better, and I will get better. But sometimes it does hit. It is technically... Oh, God, it is a tiger. Chat, am I fucking stupid? Chat, am I a fucking idiot? Oh, no. I'm stupid. Well, it looks like it doesn't matter that I didn't put the lion roar in. Anyways, back to it. Also, all of this had to be animated by hand. I had to learn how to animate quadrupeds in order to animate this.
Ava the King's Pet is the most pivotal fight of this entire challenge. Behind her is 8 extra points that would be a huge advantage to anyone that can get through her. At 8930 HP, only 160 ahead of Nishandra, she is theoretically doable. However, her weakness to fire and flame weapons' absolute mediocrity means that we have to use resonant weapons, so our damage isn't going to be quite as good as it was beforehand. But that's not the real issue. The real issue is the poison resist. Every boss so far has required some sort of setup of Dark Fog cast to get the right poison build up. For most enemies, it was a 1 cast deal. Of the 2 where it wasn't, the only one that I haven't covered is Nishandra.
Yeah, I did not go over my Nishandra kill a lot, I'm not going to lie, because it was just kind of like the same. Oh, hey! Oh, you know, I've seen your comments, and I haven't tried to read your name before. Malerkare percolate. I know the last word is percolate, but I don't know what the first word is, so I'm not even... hi. Oh, hi, Meaty. Hi. Yeah, this part of the video does contain a slight bit of peak. Hey, you show up in this part.
A bit
Wait.
of buffing between 2 casts to get the timing right. We're at 79%.
Yeah, the Nishandra fight was just nothing. That's why I didn't cover it. Have I done many challenge rooms before? No, absolutely not. I've done one for Dark Souls 1, one for Dark Souls 2, one kind of for Mario that I failed that doesn't even really count, and then one that wasn't even a challenge run. It was just me playing fucking Helldivers. So I've done two.
Poison resist is very inconvenient. 2 full dark fogs bring her to 78 poison buildup. Our spins only do 14, and we need as much time as possible between cast and swing, so we'd need to hit 2, then wait for exactly 24 seconds to get her down to 60, then cast a third to get her up to 98.
Dude, what a good time for Meaty to show up. This is the part where he actually shows up. He's going to be in the video, guys.
95% chance to hallucinate. See me as Pickle Jonathan.
And here's the peak. And guys, we've reached it. We've reached the peak. Here it is. It's Pickle Jonathan. We made it to peak. I don't know why I decided to do this. I think in the original script, I just had me going, like, he has a chance to hallucinate, see me as Pickle Jonathan, and react according to his natural instincts. But then I was like, yeah, I'm going to make myself Pickle Jonathan, I think. And then I was Pickle Jonathan.
And
it was so awesome.
To her natural instincts.
Anyways, that was
and
the peak.
As soon as she absorbs a partial cast, you move from the known to the unknown. Was that 3 ticks?
Yeah, when we get there,
did the hitbox in her tail?
When we get there, I'll point it out. But each of the
and on every cast,
the phantoms in
watching the
that last scene are related to a person,
essentially taking gambles on
a specific person.
And all the while, there's just this helpless feeling of never knowing for sure.
Bye, Michael.
She's a 50,
thank you for showing up.
Dark fog, and all of a sudden she's poisoned.
Thank you for showing up. Bye bye.
You're sure it's close, and then just nothing. And all this is just for the chance of getting the first swing. From there, you have maximum 16 seconds to use poison resin, dragon shout, and pray for an opportunity to get the counter hit. And all of this needs to be done twice in a row. Needless to say, this fight started getting in my head. Up until this point, there was not a single fight where the execution took longer than a day. But as a day turned to a week, and a week turned to 2, the end of the competition began to get close. The dread of the deadline.
Dude, this fight was so tough. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, I'm not the type to get like upset or angry when I'm doing a fight, but specifically for this, when I knew there was a time limit, I'm not gonna say that like all of the emotions in this were real, but I was definitely like, oh god, it's over. There's no way that I'm gonna be able to do this. Like, that was a definite feeling that was going through my head constantly. Jacob, that is a question that you're gonna need to ask Meaty because I have no clue. I'm just gonna call you Percolate because that's the only word in your name that I can pronounce. I don't know if I'd make how I make videos on this channel, but I have a second channel hidden somewhere that might post a video like that eventually. We'll see. But yeah, this fight, especially just because the poison resist was so high, like the poison shit, a lot of it was pretty easy, but on her where like you have to get between like a 14 range and then also get lucky with making sure that you have a chance to counter damage, and then that chance to counter damage has to come in the 6 seconds where you Dragonstone. It's tough. It's a tough fight to get everything to line up on.
I lost any confidence I had. I started giving up on runs that hadn't even started at times, as I'd just lose track of numbers and get overwhelmed. It started to really feel like getting both of these hits just wasn't possible. But what I really like about competitions like this is this understanding that you have whenever you run into an impossible wall. This understanding that everyone is running into the exact same wall and throwing everything they have at.
Okay, let's pause. Let's pause and see if I can remember all of them. Okay. So, we're going to start from left to right. We're going left to right. So, you're so right. I do have to get through Alva for Haley Welsh. She's waiting for me on the other side. So, this is JK Leeds. You can tell because of the throwing knives. This is Elaine Lois because she was really, really good at using the Grand Lances and used them in ways that I could not think of. This is Trev the Dev, specifically because he invented this weird strat with using the smelter sword with the pickaxe, and for some reason, like the damage from, or the counter damage from the pickaxe would like carry over to the smelter sword, and I have no clue why. This is Meaty. You can tell because of the toxic. This was Doomwolf because he really, really, really liked using the he really liked using the Demon's Great Hammers. even in situations where they probably didn't want to get used. And then this last one is
to try to get through.
utter chaos. And I can't remember, what did I give him? I think I gave him the Macedon halberd, but that doesn't look like the Macedon halberd. No, it is the Macedon halberd. It is the Macedon halberd. Never mind. I can see the head of it now. Yeah, because he used the Macedon halberd at the end of his video in order to get the final kill on what's her face, on Nishandra. Oof. Also, I guess I didn't really say this beforehand, but believe it or not, the acid surge thing was something that I knew about, and it was also something because I learned the acid surge thing from Trev. So Trev knew about it too. And I think Trev probably told other people, like not just me. So I think everybody knew about acid surge. It's just Meaty was the only one that actually pushed and did the work to figure out who could actually be words. Hello? Words. Who could actually be, like, have their armor reduced by it and who couldn't. Jesus, why was that so hard to get out? Anyways, yeah, so that's the lineup. It's JK leads, Liam Lois, Trev the Dev, Meaty, Doomwolf,
and that inevitably one of them is going to end up doing it. And if one of them is going to end up doing it, you can be damn sure that I'm going to do it too.
This part, this shot right here is my peak of the video. Like the rest of the fight is a little on and off. It's a little, but this specific shot goes so fucking crazy. I fucking love it. There's something about the camera work there that just really makes it work. Like a lot of the other camera shit, it's a little tough, but like that specific shot was fucking so good, and I was so proud of it afterwards. I'm not gonna lie. You know what? It's the director's commentary. We're coming out with the honest truth. It's time for the honest truth to come out. While I was editing this segment, it was probably like maybe like a couple weeks before the end, like before I was done. And it was finally really starting to hit me, especially when I did this shot right here where like you see like the entire course of the video over the AVA footage. This is where I started to tear up because I was like, oh shit. It's been like a long ass year. It's been a long ass journey of making a video. And it's crazy because it's just a video, but like when you put so much effort into something, it all comes to mean a lot. Like all the little moments come to mean a lot. And it was really starting to hit me like just how much I've done and how much I've grown over the course of this video. So I teared up a little bit while editing this. I'm not going to lie. I did that shit. I'm man enough to accept it. And then it's so crazy too, because I feel like the end of this really just like, it highlights the feeling that you have after every single one of these fights that you do, where it's like, it's like everything is picking up. The cuts are getting faster. Everything just keeps going. And then you get the last hit and it's over. And then that's it. And it's just done.
Point with 8 days
and
remaining,
you move on. There's no like holding, like in the moment, there's no like holding on. You don't like sit there and like contemplate for a second. Literally the second after I finished this, I just started running up the stairs and going to the next thing. And like in the challenge, that's kind of how it feels. Like you don't ever really get a second to appreciate what you did until it's over.
We go through, claim 4 points for the mimics, a 5th point for the other cats, and pick up my final gambit, Azul Staff.
This staff multiplies the damage of spells while holding it by 15%. Now, if you were paying attention, you might have noticed that I haven't killed 3 bosses. And that's because if this works in the way that I think it does, it might be able to buff Climax too, which would make the damage high enough for a crit to kill. But it doesn't.
Nautical, I don't know if that's a question that I can answer. I feel like the thing is, I think in terms of, here's the thing, me and Meaty have, like, in terms of contact, I have had much more contact with Meaty than I have with just about anyone else. I don't know if I can pick a favorite contact-wise, but in terms of, like, the person that I'm closest with, it probably is him. You can't make 2 ROM hacks with someone and then not be, like, at least understanding that you're on the same level, you know? I'm not going to pick a favorite contact wise, but like in terms of like who I'm closest with, it is probably him at the current moment. Yeah.
Even says so unlucky, which I probably should have tested way earlier. So
also, this was fucking, this was so stupid. I could have tested this at any time. I just didn't because I was like, but what if it works? And then I reveal it last second and it's hype and it's aura. So and then it just was not hype and aura. This was stupid.
There's just no time to grind these out. We just have to take the 2 shots and move on because there's one last target that I need to get before time runs out.
Meaty does also make cool shit. And he's also really, really good at this game. He's really, really good at all Souls games and like figuring them out. If you did not watch Meaty's version of the challenge, you probably should because you will get a whole lot more information than you will out of mine. I tell mine for the story. Meaty gets literally like every drop of information out of his videos or out of the games that he possibly can. Oh my God, my throat is bad. Honestly, it was tough. Especially like the last 2 nights of that troll hack were so tough. Cause we were just like going nonstop. I appreciate you too, Meaty. Glad you're here. Honestly, the slide hack was all fun, but the troll hack, that was a tough like last couple days. It was still fun though. It's like a fun experience in the moment. And we got 8th place, so like we're kind of good. We're kind of nutty at making troll hacks. Anyway, peak time. This shot is so fucking good. The way that you can like see the light coming through and then you come out the other side. Like the way that it comes through. Oh, and the way that the volumetrics bounces off. Oh, it's also amazing. Shadow, this probably isn't going to be a video afterwards, but the entire stream is going to be up. Like, I'm just going to leave it up. So if you want to watch through the entire thing, you can. If you want to hear me rant for like 4 hours about a video that is 30 minutes long. This is transformative content, by the way. This guy can't sue me. I'm just throwing that out there. But yeah, the entire stream will be up afterwards. I think it's this shot, this shot, this shot, this shot, this one. And then the landing. No, but like, here's the thing. Every shot can be good, but there's only certain ones that can like really hit, you know? Where like you really feel it. Speaking of which, I think if there's one shot that every time I watch it, I like almost get chills, it's this one. Oh my God, the way that the music starts again and then he comes out stomping to the fucking music, it all worked out so perfectly. I didn't have the music there to sync it, but when I played it back with the music over it and it just all worked, I legit got like chills in the moment. It was fucking amazing. Also, yeah, Sorrento, I did those Vegeta animations from his first one-shot video. That was me. That's true. K's kind of sucks. K's should make better ROM hacks. Oh my god. Yeah, Nautical, I completely understand if you gotta go. Don't worry about it. The entire thing is gonna be up anyway, so if you need to watch like the last 20 to 30 minutes, it'll be there. Oh. Okay, we're getting back into this. I might just let this last couple minutes of like the Ivory King fight play out because, and I'll comment on it afterwards because I do really love this segment. I was really proud of it.
But there's two major advantages in this fight. First is that we don't have to wear the dragon armor, which means that instead we can use the butterfly set to maintain poison after a couple full casts. The second is that at the 45-second mark, the Ivory King backs up to buff his weapon, which repeats after another minute. This buffing counts as an attack animation for counter damage and gives me exactly enough time to unequip my butterfly set to ensure the weapon is poisoning, then swing. Of course, these advantages come with their own problems. I had to switch to mouse and keyboard for the first time ever in order to properly switch off the armor, and the 5-minute wait time at the beginning of every attempt made the perfect.
Glad you'll say here. We don't got much left.
I felt much more ready. No matter how many of my own corpses I had to throw at him, I was willing to put in whatever it would take to earn my ivory crown.
So fucking good. I love it. I love it so much. I'm so happy with how it turned out. Okay, bye Percolate. Thank you for showing up. So this was by far the segment that took the longest out of the entire video, I think. Mainly because I was coming back to this. So I went on vacation in August. And then I came back in September. And this was the first thing that I had to do on my way back. Or like as I came back. So it was tough. It was a very tough thing to get back into, which is why it took like a full 2 months to get done. The frame rate, it starts out at 24. And then I think like a third of the way through, I'm like, oh shit, I cannot keep up animating at 24. I need to swap down to 16. I just don't have like the time. So I swapped down to 16 and then continued animating from there. And I'm very happy I did because it would have taken an entire extra month if I decided to do the whole thing at 24. Also, speaking of the music, it was like a divine coincidence that I came upon this song. Because like for the Ava fight, I had always had Paranoia by Kentenchi like in the head. Like that was always the song that I had in the mind. But coming into this one, I had like no real music ideas, at least starting out. I think I came on the song somewhere in July. And it's just like something about the first time that I listened to it, it like fits so well. Like I've never played Armored Core 6, I'm not going to lie to you. But like the song name being Rusted Pride feels like the perfect name for a song where you're fighting the Ivory King. Where it's like you're fighting this once proud warrior that's like not rusted, he's burnt, but like he's turned to a dirtier, more evil version of his own self. It just like fits so perfectly. And I don't know what the fight is like in Armored Core 6, but I have a feeling I would enjoy it so much. Like whatever it is. I don't know. It was just something about the song name specifically. And like the chorus is so good too, where he's just like going, I can fly over and over again. Something about that just hits. It's such a great song to have for the Ivory King. Oh. Nautical. Okay. Oh, wait, I completely forgot. What did getting that letter reading from Lemon look like? Honestly, it was like the most professional. The letter reading, it was the most professional thing ever. I sent it to him. I was like, hey, I know I haven't talked to you in like a year. Do you think you could read this for me? And he was like, oh yeah, so here's a take. Here's a take with me doing like a fast forward thing in between, and here is a couple extra readings on the last line just in case you want to use them. It was like I was expecting to have to like fight it a bit. There was no fight. He was on from like frame one. It was incredible. Yeah, I love the Ivory King too. Honestly, the Ivory King, there is, I don't know how to put it. It's not, I would say that it's the same thing as Artorias, but it's not quite. Because the thing with Artorias is that like Artorias went into the abyss and like failed. And like you're fighting the version of him that like basically you're fighting him because he lost himself. But like the Ivory King won. He did what he wanted to do. He saved his kingdom, at least for the time, until a new hero could come. He protected his wife, and he went down there and did what he needed to do. And it's like, you're going down there and you're like delivering that final hit to a man that's done all the work that he had to do. I really love this fight. I love this fight, man. Also, Zombo, this is Cthulhu Seeker. This song, the version of Rusted Pride that I'm playing is from Cthulhu Seeker.
Higher than ever. This time, though, I felt much more ready. No matter how many of my own corpses I had to throw at him, I was willing to put in whatever it would take to earn my ivory crown.
Also, so animating the fight probably took like 3 weeks, I would say. And then doing all the lighting was like a day. Specifically, these fucking smoke effects. These fucking smoke effects took a month. I don't know why, but Blender is so bad at handling quick moving smoke that at a certain point, you will notice that I just give up on using smoke. Like here, it looks really good, so I kept doing it. And I kind of had to keep doing it. Also, this like where you can see the little compilation of me dying and then it flashes heavier every time that he hits me. It's so good. I love that. This shot is why I did the smoke in the first place, because this looks really good. That quick little like pop in where the smoke opens up and he appears. That was like one of the shots that I had planned in my head, and I'm very happy that it turned out the way that I did, because messing with Blender smoke simulations is always really tough, and most of the time you're not going to get what you want. So I'm happy I got what I wanted for the specific shot where I had smoke playing. Cheesecake Factory, I don't know if I'm going to do a Discord just because I've been in a couple like YouTuber Discords and it always ends really badly, and so I'm kind of scared to make one, but maybe I should. We'll see. We'll see. I'll think about it. If you want the update is there should be a video in less than 3 months. Hopefully 2, because I have to post 3 times in 90 days to get monetized. But at the same time, there was no but. I don't know why I said but. I was just trying to make words come out of my mouth and it was not working. There was no but. That's the breaks. There's going to be a video in less than 3 months, hopefully less than 2. Yeah, I'm very partial to Dark Souls 2. I very much like the atmosphere. I said this earlier, but Dark Souls 2 feels like a much more like warm and welcoming game than Dark Souls 1 does. Like when I come back to Majula, I feel what everybody else feels when they go to Firelink Shrine. The thing is, sometimes I get that feeling from Firelink Shrine, but then you get to the end of the game where everybody's dead and gone. and then it's like, oh, like it's over. But then you get to the end of Majula and everybody's there. And it's like, despite the fact that the world is coming to an end, there's like still this home out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I'll try to update using the YouTube update or the YouTube post thing a little more often. Or maybe I'll just stream a little more often. We'll see. It's been a little fun talking through. I'm not going to lie. I've been having fun. So maybe I'll try to do streams more often. We'll see. Also, Sorrento, I've been thinking sometimes about getting into like Nuke or Houdini or something because I want to so bad. But the idea of learning another new software scares me so much. Like, I can't do another one right now. I just can't. And then these impact frames were just made the same way that I made the other one. Where, actually, you know what? Let me pull it up. All right. All right, Meaty, I will listen. If you say so. Okay, let's see. Let's open it. We'll open the project file or the After Effects file one last time to take a look at these impact frames because I remember them being a little more complicated than they might let on from initial appearance. So we're going to take a look at them. This is the wrong one. That is the Ava fight. Let's look at the Ivory King fight, hopefully. Is it this one? Okay, let's go back one. Zoom out a little bit. Okay. We can probably just take a look at this one right here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So at this point, this is where the layers started getting really weird. I'm not going to lie. By this point, I was like done. I had given up on organizing. So the layers get kind of nasty. There's 150 in this and like I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. So let's try to work it out. So here on the bottom, we have this is the default frame. So this is just the default. And then here, that's for later. Here, we have just the characters. So I did an extra layer of the characters on top just to lighten it up a little bit. And then up here, I think, is the particles. So this is where I had this little lightning effect going on. And then up here, so this is the main stuff that I was doing to make these. It's just a... Oh, it's just a... What's it called? What is this called? It's an adjustment layer. It just has an edge detect and a pixel sort. And then you get close to the edge of the pixel sort. So the edge detect makes it black and white. And then the pixel sort basically makes this effect here. Let me turn up the quality just a little bit. There we go. So it makes this effect where like there's all these lines shooting out. And basically, so what it does is it organizes the light values. So all the lights, because I have it set to radial, it organizes all of the light pixels outwards in a radial effect. And then because I have the threshold to 1, it's basically organizing all the pixels outward but the blacks. So then it just creates this sort of like circular light effect around the hit. And then let's see. And then I think this is on a lower opacity. Yeah, so I only went to 50% opacity because if you go all the way up to 100, it starts getting a little too intense. And like, don't get me wrong, I like this once or twice, but you can't do this for every single hit in a fight when there's this many hits because it'll just like give someone a seizure. So I do not want to do that, so we're setting it to 50%. And then up here, let's see, what's this? Oh, this was just a shake effect so that as the hit was happening, it like caused a little bit of extra shake. Just because I don't like doing it in Blender, because sometimes you move around the camera in Blender to cause shake and then it just ruins all of your keyframes. So I just try to leave it as an After Effects thing for later. And then the motion tile thing on top is just to make sure that when it's shaking, the outsides don't like look black. And then this is just an extra layer of the particles on top, because so the pixel sort will sort of darken all of these light effects, just because the way the pixel sort works, it takes away all of the light values and moves them towards the edge of the screen. So when you're doing that, it takes away all of the light from all of these light effects. So then I added an extra layer on top just to sort of keep all that lightening and then also have the pixel sort on top of that. So that is the basics of what I was doing. And then if you want to see the most extreme example, that comes right here. Where here I also had an extra layer on top of it of the characters going black and white for a couple frames. I don't know where that is exactly. Oh, it's probably just the... This one? Is it this one? Oh, it's right here. Yeah. Nope. It's just, I did a little bit extra for this one because it's the closest hit. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I don't know what the joke is. Whatever's going on in chat, I still don't get the joke. I think I'm talking too much to understand the joke. When I have to like talk this much, it like destroys the brain. But yeah, so I just did one extra thing for this hit because it's the closest one, where I turned the characters black and white for like a couple frames just to really like emphasize the hit. And then this is the only time where it goes to 100% opacity on this, other than the very end where it flickers back and forth a little bit. It looks so good though. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I don't give children seizures. We don't give children seizures here. Okay. I think I'm done talking for now. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone have any questions or want to see anything before I go back to watching the video? I'm going to play out the rest of this while I wait for my internet to catch up. Oh, also for the sound effects on this one, for the most part, I was using like Canon effects, but on a lot of the close hits, you'll hear me use these like high tones. So only on the close ones, you'll get this like, on a lot of the further hits, you'll get this like deep bassy effect. But then when the hits get closer, so like on... this next one coming up, you'll hear like a really high-pitched ting alongside the low sounds of the cannonball to like really give that full effect when the hits are close. Oh, also favorite covenant. Do I have a favorite covenant? That's the thing. I don't get to like explore the covenants a lot, so I don't really know a lot of them. Like, just so that you know how basic I am, my first answer was going to be the Abyss Covenant. And that's only because it got me climax, and that's the only reason. Listen, if something's going to make me climax, it's going to be my favorite covenant. Why is Ivory King using one hand? Animating two-handed fights is very hard. That is why he's using one hand. That's it. You mentioned that Firelink gets lonely. Did I feel that at the end of this challenge? A little bit. The thing is, I never really, after I killed everyone in Majula, I basically didn't go back. I just kind of like, I killed everyone in Majula, and then I spent the entire rest of the time trying to figure out this fight and the Ava fight. So there wasn't really time to get that loneliness feeling. But I'm sure if I had to like sit there in Majula and like rest on it, I probably would have ended up feeling that eventually, because it would be very sad to be in Majula on your own. Rat King Covenant is also a really good pick for Covenants. I've never done any PvP in Dark Souls before, so like all of the PvP Covenants are probably super fun, and I just haven't touched them. Anyways. And then this last little bit was just my tribute to Ivory King, because he did earn his crown. He earned his crown. I will take it back though.
After one last spin on Alsana with 170 points and 18 hours left on the clock, this is where our story ends. At least for now. There's a little more left to be told, but I think it's best to just leave it for the eventual official backlogs video. If you want to see some kills that don't entirely rely on poison or get better explanations as to what's going on in game, please check out the other creators that participated.
Please check out the other creators that participated in this challenge.
Thank you so much to Lemon for inviting me to this. It's been a fun 2 months.
Thank you, Lemon.
Followed by a year of entirely different torture.
Don't ban me.
Goodbye for now. I'll be back a lot sooner next time. Hopefully, maybe. And as always,
Cooper, he's there.
Thanks for watching.
That's it. One last shot of Cooper and then it's over. There's all the people that did the runs. There's all the music. Wait, where is he? Cthulhu Seeker right there. He's in the credits. He's in the credits. He made it. I was going to bring Cooper on the stream today and just like have him on the chair in that like intro part of the stream. But then it got to 12:53 and I was still trying to figure out how to do the mocap stuff. So then he didn't end up in the stream, but he'll probably be in the next one. I'm not going to lie. I'm bringing Cooper with me. Meaty, shut up, man. Don't make me think about what I've done. Yeah, once again, huge shout out to the DS2 modding community. Dude, it was... The thing is, like, when you open the models resource and you see that the maps, there's like 2 of them, you're like, oh, I'm fucked. Oh, I'm never going to be able to make this video because there's no way to get these assets out. But the amount of tools that I had access to was fucking crazy. And I still cannot believe like the amount that I was able to get done once I figured them out. And then, yeah, thank you to everybody that's watching. I have a habit of like kind of hiding whenever I don't post for a while because I like freak out because, you know, it's like when you disappear for a year, it's kind of hard to come back. That's why I'm trying to do like streams and stuff now. I'm like trying to not let myself go back and hide in the fucking, in my little troglodyte den until the next time that I have a video to put out, because I'll just keep doing that over and over again if I just let myself. So I'm trying to be more out there. I'm not going to let a year happen again. It's not going to happen again. But yeah. That's it. That's it. It was a long year of work, but it's over. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not a fan of killing NPCs. It just feels bad. It feels so bad. Also, thank you, Nejua. I hope I pronounced that right. I appreciate that. Very nice. Yeah, that's two pretty good presents. Okay. It is over. It's officially over. All right, final question time. If you have any final questions, now is the time to put them out there. Necroner, I appreciate that, but I am going to be completely honest. I do not. I can watch back. I can watch back the Mario video. I can watch back the Helldivers video. I can even watch back the Five Nights at Freddy's video. I cannot watch back the Dark Souls videos. They are really hard for me to watch back. Just because, like, I was such a fledgling animator at the time that I really had no clue what I was doing, and it makes it really difficult for me to watch. Favorite NPC in Dark Souls? It's Vengarl, and it's not even close. Favorite dessert? Parfait. I really like parfait for some reason. Let's see. What else? What's the song at the end? I use it all the time. It is probably the best song that I have ever found in my entire life. It is called Friend King of Nothing. I haven't talked to them yet because I've been using it so much that I like feel bad and I'm like, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. But Zombo, by the way, I don't know if you saw it, but in the video description, there's always I didn't put all of the links in the description this time because I like timestamping them. But if you timestamp them and also put the names, then it puts a bunch of chapters, and I fucking hate when it does the chapters. But there is a paste bin in the description that has all of the timestamps and the songs listed out and links to the songs. So if you ever watch a video of mine and like you want to find a song, just go to the paste bin. It'll have the timestamp and everything. Favorite pig? It's obviously Cooper. Easy. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 modding community has it so rough. But the thing is, the people that are in it care so much that like it kind of carries itself in its own way. Actually, you know what? We're going to play this at a low volume. Kind of carry this out. Thoughts on future video ideas? I do have a couple. Obviously, DS3 is on the menu. DS2 Seamless Co-op is coming out. I was talking with Pichu, and I kind of want to do like a hardcore run. Like a streamed hardcore run and see how far we get. Media, I don't know if you'd be up for that, but if you wanted to be up, I mean, you're invited. Feel free. Obviously, there's an Elden Ring video far down the line. Other than that, I think I'm going to keep it under wraps for now, just because I like to have a couple secrets. I'm not going to lie to you. I like to keep stuff to myself sometimes. It's a lot more fun when I'm able to like just put out a surprise, and then everybody doesn't like it because it's not Dark Souls, but I like it because it's surprising. Thank you, Ketchup. I do try very hard with my music choices. I put a little more effort than I probably should, reasonably. But yeah, I'm happy to hear that people like actually go back and listen to the music. I think one of the comments that Liz and I had so far is some guy found a song through my streams and then went and bought an album from the musician. And I was like, holy shit, that feels amazing. Yeah, I think we'll try to do another Saturday stream sometime soon. It's probably not going to be next week because my throat is probably going to need like several days to recover, and I can't be doing this every week if I'm also recording. But there will be another one soon-ish. So, I think... Yeah, Nick Ronner, I have no clue about that. Part of the special thing about Dark Souls 3 for me, I am completely unspoiled about that game. I have no clue what any of the bosses are or what they do, so that's why that's going to be the fun part about that one.
But we'll have to see what that one turns out like when we get there. All of you, thank you so much for showing up. Thank you guys so much for chatting. It's been an extremely... I did not expect to get this many viewers on this stream. I'm not going to lie. I was expecting like 10 people. It's been like consistently 30. I can't believe there's this many people watching. Also, thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone that's been keeping up in the chat and talking. I appreciate it so much. Thank you all for coming out. I appreciate it. Hopefully we'll have another one soon. We'll see. But I think for now I'm signing off. So I will see you guys all next time. And other than that, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.